Welcome to Brawlhalla.
You.
What's poppin', ladies and gentlemen, and anyone who identifies in between or off between, I guess, anywhere on the spectrum? Welcome to the Brawlhalla Spring Championship for 2v2s. I, of course, am the homie Flambeau. I am joined with my dog, Duke, on my side.
Arf.
What's poppin'?
I'm having a good time. It's 2v2s, always a blast seeing some good 2v2 action. Of course, our April Fool's event has started and they're going to go to the wrong camera. So we're keeping those jokes rolling. But the April Fool's event has started. So if you haven't hopped on Brawlhalla yet, maybe check out some ego mode. But yeah, we've got 2v2s going on. Hipka and Vey already in the winners final. Not too surprised to see because we're in Australia right now. They've been killing it in doubles.
Okay, Hipka and Vey, nothing too wild there. I mean, I feel like as far as Australian 2s has gone, I feel like it's been a little bit for me. I feel like it's been a while since I've gotten a chance to kind of check out what's been going on in the region over here. But it seems like some of the familiar names are, well, keeping themselves familiar.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, of course, we've got Asmodee and Beware of Chair are currently in the bracket. They're on the elimination side of things. Dago and Raigundas, some more familiar names. They're currently doing that lower bracket run as well. It looks like Elsum is currently in the top side, still playing out that match against Moxie and Roscoe. And then Cheeseface, also in that lower side. Can't see the name of his teammate. But you know what? There's still some familiar names in the Australian region.
Okay, yeah. So we got Asmodee still doing her thing. Shout out to Asmodee. I know that a certain bald man somewhere really is a big fan of that player. But a little surprised to hear that they're on the loser side of bracket already. Kind of curious to see what that bracket run was like. But I mean, all things considered, I mean, it's been an interesting time for twos in general, I'd say. We were talking about it a little bit earlier before, where like the meta has kind of shifted a little bit more. We have a whole lot more blasters than we have kind of in the past. There was a year where it was just like spear and axe, and that was kind of all we got. But now we got a lot of gauntlets. We got, honestly, more Katars than I'm even used to seeing in twos. And so really has been kind of a big overall shift in the way that people have been approaching things. What do you think we can expect to see tonight?
I'm really interested in what's going to happen because kind of to your point, right, is we're in this new era. Spring Champs is kind of right after a balance change that really hit gauntlets in particular. And that was one of those big weapons that we're seeing in twos a lot, right? Like we're seeing like the Vals, the crosses and whatnot. And a lot of it was that like setup ability that gauntlets brought to the table. And that's one of the things that got hit the hardest, right? I'm talking about that gauntlet dare, which no longer goes at an angle and still goes a little bit more vertical. So that's going to be a mix up in terms of like how are the follow-ups going to change.
Yeah, no, I agree. Definitely shout outs to the players because they've been able to be a lot more creative than I have, right? You know, I saw those changes, and I remember seeing some of the knee-jerk reactions on Twitter that were like, oh, man, gauntlets are done. There's no way. And then, like, give it, like, a day later, and now I'm seeing follow-ups that I've never seen before. It's like, oh, it sends them straight up. I got an answer for that. And on top of that, I remember one of those other changes kind of being to the neutral light used to be kind of like a, you know, we're going to rack up all this damage, get them in a really dark red, and then I'm going to use it as my KO option. But definitely does not do that as much anymore. Definitely not.
It's also got that slight vertical now, kind of like how Axe Neutral Light does. So it again like makes it a lot harder for those follow-ups. I think blasters are still good.
I agree.
So I'm curious, like maybe we'll see some shifts in to other blasters characters. Like the two off the top of my head are probably like the worst that I would expect. But like Thatch and Ada, Sword and Spear are two like, you know, generally decent 2v2 weapons, and then you put that with blasters, but then you also have to deal with the fact that those are 3 defense legends.
Yes.
So I wouldn't expect those to really be played, but, you know, maybe a Barasa. We talked about how Axe is good. We talked about blasters. I mean, Cody Travis has been doing it forever. But yeah, I'd be interested to see a Barasa come out.
I'd love to see Barasa. Barasa definitely a little bit more standard in terms of like what we've seen in the past. And to your point about Thatch, I mean, we've seen it happen before. Really only one player comes to mind, and that's I'm Llama. But, I mean, clearly manages to get it done. And, like, the combination is wild, right? Like, you have swords, you get your D-Light Sayer follow-ups. You have your blasters, you get your D-Light, really whatever you want follow-ups. So I think that would be a cool one, though I'm not really sure that we're going to see it. Something I would like to see is how much bow we're going to get. Bow has been definitely resurgencing in the single side of things, but when it comes to doubles, that's always where it's been interesting. I think bow D-Light in particular, at least for me, seems so hard to space around. You always get caught by the splash a little bit when they go for it, that it can make team combos a little tricky to go for, but there's a reason I'm back here and the players are where they are in brackets. So.
For sure. I mean, we've seen a handful of bow characters do well. Like we've seen, like I think Akno will pop out the Koji, right? Or we've seen Bozy play out that the Zariel.
Yeah, you
know? So bow has like its place, but I kind of agree with you. Like bow is in that. I would put bow in a category alongside things like great sword or like lance or cannon, where it's like they take up a lot of like ground space. So it makes it a lot harder to do those kind of standardized 2v2 combo where it's like you're over there, I'm over here, and we're just gonna pass someone back and forth.
Yeah, now that you bring it up, 'cause I'm like, man, how did I forget about Lance? Because Ulgrim, he's been doing it for a while now. He still manages to keep on doing it. I mean, Axe kind of speaks for itself. Rocket Lance was definitely, for a long time, as you were saying, like a very tricky weapon. Takes up a lot of ground space, but also a lot of air space as well. You know, it just like, I mean, I've even seen some players complain about the amount of drift you can get on the Sair. It can be really hard to not accidentally get caught by your teammate, but clearly in recent time, like, it has not been a problem. We've seen double Rocket Lance teams having an absolute field day, and one of the reasons because of that is Ulgrim. That stat spread, those weapons, despite the fact, and Ulgrim, over the years, Ulgrim has gotten nothing but chops, man. I can't remember the last time Ulgrim got a buff. You know, his neutral sitting on Rocket Lance, I used to hit grounded, took that away. That used to be my guy. But despite that, still showing up. Even that down sig on Axe, it's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time.
Ulgrim mains everywhere are like, preach, continue. Let them know, because we got to buff the guy. But no, I forgot who it was who specifically said it. I want to attribute this to Taza. I could be completely wrong. But he was like, you can't go wrong with Ulgrim. Like, if you're in
facts.
twos and you're like, I don't know what to play, try the Ulgrim out, because Ulgrim is just a really solid all-rounder in twos, which is, again, kind of surprising, because it's not like you see Ulgrim in 1v1s too often. It's not like you see him do anything specific that we like call out in terms of like he doesn't have the setup tools of gauntlets, blasters, swords, spear, anything like that. But yet Ulgrim still finds his footing as this thing that's like really tanky, takes up a lot of space, and has some nice hard-hitting moves.
Yeah, no, I definitely. There's a lottery that happens every time a new legend is announced, right? You know, people always want their combination of weapons that haven't been added to the game yet, but in conjunction with that, they want to make sure that it has the stat lineup that they want, right? And in terms of the stat lottery, most people would argue that Ulgrim is the optimal winner there, right? Like, there is not, Ulgrim does not have a bad stat, you know? Doesn't have a whole lot of dex. Does he need it? Not for the weapons that he has. So he has all this defense, all this force, and is pretty fast for a master blacksmith on top of that. In twos where all those small interactions that dex may matter, not going to matter. With those weapons, not going to matter. Ulgrim's the GOAT. That's it. That's my thesis.
Ulgrim is definitely a solid pick. While we were waxing poetic about Ulgrim, Moxie and Roscoe ended up getting the dub over Elsem and Zach DeBoss 3-2. Just giving y'all some updates. Again, the bracket will continue in a little bit. We're just waiting for some of these Australian players to get further on. So while we continue our dissertation on great 2v2 legends, I was going to name one, and then I was like, no, not that one. And then I had to.
Which one did you pick?
Well, because I was going to say Val. Val's like one of those ones that we've seen for a really long time in 2v2s. Has kind of been the staple. And then again, we're seeing Val kind of start to succeed in 1v1s again lately. Like I'm talking about Meg D last week. But again, Gauntlets and twos is in this weird spot. I have not watched as much twos as maybe you have, so I'm not seeing those follow-ups that people are doing off of the dare, off the nair. I'm not seeing these new setups, so I'm really curious. But like Val's one of those things that just like gut check. I like Val. I like high defense. I like high movement speed. And again, just quick moves. If you're ever in a panic situation with Val, just tap that neutral light and you're good.
Okay, no, I have to agree. Like Val, I mean, everyone thinks of a certain player when they think of Val, right? Like Addy Mestic, pretty much. I won't say it. It could be two people. It could be Phazon as well. You know, that could be the other obvious pick for a lot of people. But like, definitely just a legend that is like cemented into the history of Brawlhalla. But speaking of things being cemented into the history of Brawlhalla, I believe we have our next match prepared and perhaps ready to go.
We might have the match, or we might have our up next. Okay. Oh, hey, look, there's a fancy graphic to tell you. They're currently sitting in the winners final. So the winner of this has a guaranteed top 2 finish. We got Vay Hipka versus Moxie Roscoe. Vay and Hipka definitely kind of the favorites in this one, coming in as that top seed. Moxie and Roscoe, I think they're either PR 2 or 3. They were on that bottom side, so they were slated to not fight against Vay and Hipka.
Yeah, I mean, even looking at the legend picks that we have here, we kind of. This is what I mean. Rocket Lance has slowly started to take over. Like,
yeah.
I don't really know. It felt kind of overnight. I feel like, honestly, it started in South America. I felt like Wesley was really able to show what he could do with Ulgrim and twos. We also saw a little bit of it in Southeast Asia as well. But now, with players like Stingray making Orion popular again, we're starting to see him show up in twos, especially since I think Spear, we didn't really get a chance to talk about Spear earlier on, but Spear is probably in one of the strongest spots in the meta that it has ever been that I can think of in recent memory.
Yeah, Spear's looking really solid again, so not too surprised to see Double Orion on the side of VanHipka. On the other side, Moxie Roscoe, they're giving me that kind of memory flash of the fact that they're the double cannon team. We got this Thatch, we got this Sidra, so lots of cannonballs, lots of airspace control that they're going to be bringing to the table. And Moxie, of course, is going to be bringing that Thatch that I was talking about that I was like, this might be a weird thing, but like it'd be kind of cool to see. And so that's what we're going to get for game number 1.
Okay, and it looks like we're starting it off on Miami Dome is going to be the pick here. And honestly, I'm going to wait it out, see how it goes. The double Orion, I mean, we already have a ground pound coming up on the left side of this screen as Vey gets a lot of damage tacked on there. But I'm really more curious to see how the blue team manages to come out on top here. I mean, this is probably one of the weirdest compositions we're going to see today.
Well, right now, Moxie's kind of just struggling. He has been playing the survival game. Does manage to get past, again, that extra stat in the defense pool is helping him survive all these attacks, but he is not really present for any of the battles so far.
And granted, on the other side, we see Roscoe doing a pretty good job of avoiding hits and getting a few of their own. I mean, at this point, we're getting to a moment where a member of either team could potentially fall. I mean, Thatch definitely has the KO power if he wants to let a Sig rip. And that Sair, I believe, is going to be enough. Roscoe might go down here as well. And that should be a confirmed edge guard. Nice ground pound to go ahead and close that one out.
Ooh.
But still had options. I didn't think they could make it back.
Yeah, kept enough in the tank. That ground pound didn't have enough force to launch directly into the KO box. So Roscoe's surviving, but at the same time, like, he's taking a beating every time he's on the screen. He's just getting smacked.
Oh my gosh, and look at this double Orion offense, right? We got pogos on one side, we have spin attacks on the bottom, and spin attacks on your teammates even, but not going to be enough to get the team KO, but does set up for a free ground pound from Roscoe. So that's going to be a pretty good even stocks across the board, but look at Moxie's health.
Yeah, he's going to have to play that defensive role. You saw him already going off stage, going for the GC cannonballs. Starting to throw some attacks out. Did he move? Oh, okay.
Nice. Ah.
Wait, he hasn't touched. I think he's done. Oh, the Nair again. The saves from Moxie. They might be in trouble.
Yeah, that's it. Just go ahead, get that ground pound, had enough juice on it, and actually gives the blue team a bit of a lead here. And that's going to be an even stronger lead as another member falls. But hold on, Vey needs to be careful on the side here with that Rocket Lance. Manages to secure KO and get back to the stage. Still slight favor to the blue team, though, as they are continuing to try and tack on this extra damage. Roscoe doing such a good job with this cannon, but also taking quite a few hits now.
Yeah, I mean, Roscoe's still sitting on that second stock. Can afford this damage, but obviously would like to put out more damage onto this red team. Goes for the neutral light. Ooh, the pass, and Roscoe's actually going to survive because that side air. But left side, the end sig, and Moxie's going to be done for off the weapon toss.
Wow. It all happens so quick. I mean, that's the Orion classic. What comes up must come down, and suddenly Roscoe finds themselves in a 2v1, and it's not looking too hot. Can't even find a weapon. Needs to get down against these double Orions. There's a spawn, but no weapon for you as the Starvation Nation is in full effect here. Can Roscoe even get back to the stage to pick a weapon up?
Might not have the chance. Man, the follow-ups, the extra damage, and Roscoe's going to fall. VanHipka take game number 1.
Man, that was kind of commanding at the end there. I mean, that little snatch, right? That little sneaking of a stock onto the Thatch there. It's just that neutral sig from Orion catching Moxie off guard completely turned the tides of battle. And I mean, look at that, comboing off of the jab, getting the Sair, going downstairs, and then all of a sudden can't make it back.
Yeah, just like that. They had a lot of those, too, where it was like a spear neutralite and then a follow-up like Dare or Sair off of it. It was really, really good. And it led to Moxie doing 268 damage. So Moxie struggled a lot in game number 1.
Yeah, 268 damage, definitely not the amount you want to have, especially like there are some team compositions where you have someone that kind of plays the more aggressive role. They play point and then you kind of sit in the back as, I won't even call it anchor, but more so you're just supporting, right? And so you may not do a whole lot of damage, but you're following up when need be. But then there's other times where, bro, if you're not getting that damage in, how much are you really effectively contributing? Damage is always an accurate representation of how much you're contributing. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most direct way. As that NSIG takes out Roscoe. Oh, Moxie.
Oh, my God.
He's going to get caught. Another N-Sig, and this is, again, what goes up must come down, the Orion N-Sigs.
Just dunking people for days here. That was 2 back-to-back lethal weapon. Double Orions are here to cause some terror. I love the interrupt we see from Vey there. And when people get sent off stage, we've seen so many like jab, 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 pogo, jab, 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 pogo. It's like they are so perfectly positioned next to each other a lot of the time that they're able to force these terrible offstage engagements.
It honestly also feels like a little bit of like a meta decision, right? Because like as you're leveling up, you know, you're gonna get caught by that once you're in like gold plat. But as you get better, you're gonna start getting aware of that. But then once you get at the top level, you're like, no one's gonna do that again.
You feel like there are certain skill checks that happen in skill tiers of Brawlhalla where there's certain annoying things you think you won't have to deal with anymore because you're facing better players, and then they realize, nah, I gotta keep y'all honest.
You gotta keep that in the back of the mind. It's still in the toolkit.
Hold on here. Thatch was thatching for a second there, but gets pogoed, and that should be the stock. Can't get the touch here. And on the top side, you see Roscoe trying to get down. I love the aggressive retaliation, but the use of the gravity cancel spelled their demise as they throw that stock away to a, oh, look at this conversion.
Oh my
boom,
goodness.
boom.
Got too close.
Oh! That was sick. They almost got something. They were cooking.
They had more that they wanted to get in there, right? But like Hipka got a little bit too close, ended up getting caught by the downlight. Moxie is gonna end up taking out Vey there, right side. Hipka still manages to survive.
Okay. And now Moxie has to play incredibly careful here. You need to be careful with those gravity cancels as well. That's going to be a team conversion opportunity. Can't find the down air, though, and Moxie gets caught without a dodge. Has to be careful. Gets caught by the ground pound. The dodge did not come back in time. And now we have a team combo. Ooh. Barely not off stage on that.
Yeah, you can even see he like turned to the left, wanted to launch him off stage, just didn't quite have the positioning for that one, but still Roscoe's, he's going to be done for here.
Wow.
Yo,
whoa.
Yo, come on.
Bro? These angles off of the corner of Apocalypse doing the absolute most here. I don't really understand how Roscoe is still kicking here, but clearly not going to be for much longer. I mean, in the deep barbecue sauce, a D-Light Sayer unarmed is going to be enough juice.
Yeah, and still damage struggle on the blue team. 305 put out by Roscoe. 333 from Moxie, so he did a little bit more there. But really, like, the red team just has so much control. 572 from Vey, 414 from Hipka.
Man, that is tough. I'm just watching these edge guard sequences, and it's like they're playing the 2v2 well. Here we go, little bounce off the backboard there. And look at this. Yeah, just gets hit by the Nair, and then Nairs again right back to it, tries to pass to himself, and you can see the clip was almost there. They both tried to finish it. But instead, we get to watch a clip that's not nearly as good, but maybe next time they got us.
Yeah, I mean, you love that they had the idea. They had so much else to play with. They were going to go for some cheeky stuff. The Nair, like, if he had just turned to the left, would have been a KO.
Yeah,
but he was like, no, I'm going to throw it back to the platform because I want this ground pound. I want some style.
Oh, and we were talking about Barraza earlier and how we wanted to see the man with the mask come out to play, and we got it here. Oh. But is it too late? Defense definitely going to help, though.
Yeah, and then, of course, Roscoe making that swap over to the Amethyst, but the damage is already being done. Like, I saw him DI up off of a Lancer. That's just them double hitting him with those Lancers.
Oh, man. And so far, we can see that they want these KOs now. I mean, now, look at this, right? We got Moxie, the healthiest person on the screen. We haven't seen that in a hot minute, and continuing to get more down. Just neutralite after neutralite. Boom. Nice conversion, but dodges through the weapon throw and doesn't get the edge guard.
Roscoe had such a good follow-up off the neutralite, just didn't have enough damage, and then there you saw the downlight, wasn't able to hit the ground pound off of it. But you know what? This is looking a lot closer than it has been.
Yeah, Moxie, dare say, doing a great job of carrying. Why did you do a recovery there, man? Vey is wild, right? Like, you're so low on the stage, bottom left-hand corner, and you do an aggressive recovery to the left. What if it missed? Are you confident you would have made it back? He doesn't care. He just knows that he wants blood.
I mean, it was a really solid reaction considering Moxie, again, deep red, and also, like, he just whiffed a Blaster's Dare. Oh, right side, though, the edge guard. Moxie doesn't hold it. He ends up backing away.
Yeah, I thought we were going to see Roscoe maybe come out and cover what he wasn't able to there, but deciding to stay on stage instead. And that Sayer's going to set up something pretty nice, but no aggression there on the edge guard. Just going to go ahead and go back to center. And honestly, at this point, I don't mind it. The stock count is even. The damage is starting to look pretty even as well. Looks like the blue team might have a chance to finally get on the board.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely getting some good damage put out, but they need to get a lead. They need to get something that they can maintain as Roscoe's going to fall down to his final stock here. Moxie with a trade out.
Oh, again. Uh-oh.
Unarmed? Okay.
Oh. I'll take it. That was big damage. That was big damage.
That was beautiful. Roscoe now already into the orange on his final stock. So the call out.
Yeah, no, that was raw. That was raw. Read that 10 years ago. Ooh. No dodge. You can be aggressive here. Tries to read a high recovery, but Vay doesn't give it to him.
Oh, Vay with the follow-up ends up hitting that side sig, and now it's all left to Moxie in the 1v2, and he's at the damage deficit, so this is going to be very challenging. Oh, combo? Okay, wait. They still, what?
I was about to say, I was like, extra damage?
Like, when they both hit him with the neutral land, I was like, okay, combo's done, but they still managed to pick it up. Unfortunate that they couldn't keep it going.
Oh, yeah, and I mean, at this point, Moxie wants an axe? Okay.
That makes sense. Less active frames. You know, blasters can sometimes lock you in position.
Nice try. Almost had that one.
Oh, just dodge there.
That's it. Rip. Oh, what? No, shot. What?
Y'all.
That was wild.
Y'all, he passed to his teammate who was ready for a follow-up off the unarmed. They're so close to having, like, a very sick highlight play.
No, just give it to me, bro. But Moxie's making it difficult. Moxie still trying to bring this to a game 4. And very close. That Sayer almost had enough juice. One more surely from the corner will have enough damage here. Oh, but you burn your dodge there? Oh, lucky to escape out of that situation.
Oh, okay. I thought he was going for a spear setup there.
Not enough juice on that ground pound. Vay looking pretty healthy. Combo. No shot. They're wild. What?
They're ready. They're looking for those team combos. Moxie putting out 754 damage. You got to give him a lot of credit going from under 300 to bringing out 754 in game number 3. He was trying his darndest, but Vay and Hipka just a little too much.
Yeah, definitely maybe needed that Barraza a bit earlier. You know, maybe that could have been the difference because that Barraza was chefing. We got a little replay of this combo they improvised here with the unarmed. And, I mean, that was such cool damage here. Yeah, it looks like the end light ends just in time for him to come back and almost get more. But, like, clearly they were improvising. They're like, I don't really know what to do off of this. And then this final stock here that they end up getting to close out the set, I think is pretty cool. Oh, this isn't it. This is the conversion they almost had. Yeah, if he had done maybe down sig.
Yeah, for the just disco in place, more active frames. I like the idea of the neutral, just slightly mistimed, but man.
And they almost got the combo ground pound too. That would have been absolute destruction.
They got some crazy stuff going on the side of Vay and Hipka, and unfortunately for us watching is that we don't get to watch much more of them because they're going to go sit in the grand finals. Guaranteed top 2 finish, so they get to take a little break right now.
Okay, shout outs to them. No, they definitely gave us a show. I mean, a little bit of a body bag, all things considered. They were able to get the clean wipe. That's generally the way you want to do it, right? You want to go into grand finals feeling energized, revitalized, but also your momentum in full effect. You know, because there's a feeling of like getting through your bracket, but every match is 3-1 or 3-2. You create some nerves on you. You're like, what's going to happen here? Are we playing solid? But the 3-0s are like a very resounding statement. It really calms the mental.
Yeah, definitely shows like the skill level that you're bringing to the table. It made me curious of if they've taken some L's today. They did, in fact, lose a couple of games.
Okay.
Dago and Raigundas took it to game 5, and then it was Asmodee and Beware of Chair who took it to game 4. So it hasn't been a completely clean sweep, but man, that clean sweep to go into the grand finals, that's still a nice little emotional plus up. I don't know.
Yeah, no, exactly. And it's like, all right, now they know who they want to see in grands. You know, they're like, I hope the people we just beat win in losers finals so that we can do this again. Yeah. You know, that's what I'm thinking if I'm them, because, you know, I like the easy path. Some people want,
I just like the paycheck.
You know, it's like just give it to me, give it to me. Other people, on the other hand, they're like, I want the best possible Brawlhalla ever, and whoever's the best is who I want to play. Me, I just want the gold. I don't really care how I get it.
Honestly, like me, I want Vay and Hipka to go up against someone who will let him get that highlight play. just let him hit it. You know?
Same.
But up next, we've got Elsem and Zach DeBoss going up against Dago and Raigundas. We talked a little bit about how Dago and Raigundas were the only team to take Vay and Hipka to game number 5. Definitely a little bit more of an established team in the region, so not too surprised to see them the favorite over Elsem and Zach DeBoss.
Okay, yeah, I mean, this should be interesting. I think, I mean, even based off of some of the legends I see in the lobby already, this one's going to be a little bit of a throwback. Just because I feel like Hattori is someone who is always super meta or not meta at all. And I think we're going to be seeing a fair bit of her, which I'll be excited to see because I don't get to see her very often. On the other side, though, it looks like we might have more Orion, and we've already seen what Orion's been doing today. So not too surprised that other people in the region, probably across several different regions, have become privy to what the Atomic guy can do.
Yep, and then finally we're seeing our last lock-in. It is that Akuma, that Val that I did mention at the start of the stream. But kind of like to your point, right? Like Hattori's been one of those characters, like when 2v2s first started, Hattori was like the pick.
Yes.
That was before DI, say move DI was added and things like that. So you just do neutralite, and then you get a 0 to death. But it's obviously evolved a lot more since then, but you still see that kind of reasoning behind it again. Good movement speed, good setup tools in both of those weapons.
Because you think of the arc of like Silva and Santi or something, right? And you're just like, man, Ethan even comes to mind. Like, it's just like, wow, like, clearly, I personally believe Hattori still has much more potential. I don't think she's been pushed to her fullest degree. I feel like Sword, in particular, has a lot more to be explored, and I think some players like Java really pushed the bill there, but I still think there's more to be done. But as we go ahead and get into this next game, it looks like, honestly, pretty even start. They're keeping it aggressive, though. Beautiful read with the neutral sig coming out there from the Ryan player there. I mean, Elsum looking pretty clean. There's that new down air we were talking about before as well.
Yeah, launching straight down. You can see the setup attempt, and Doggo actually gets both blue team members. Elsum not able to convert into a trade.
Uh-oh.
Yo, Doggo. Doggo. All right, he gets out of that.
So you lucky I didn't have 2 chase dodges. Oh, Doggo gets caught. He was biding so much time trying to figure out when to land, but great patience coming out there to throw out that spin attack and secure the knockout.
Nice dodge up from Raigundas, avoiding that ground pound on the left side. Neutralite catches both blue team members, but Doggo not able to convert. But a nice Neutralite actually saved his teammate there.
Yeah, this one's starting to look a little bit precarious for the blue team here, as Raigundas and Doggo definitely looking like they know what to do. And then I say that right as he Raging Demons his partner for a knockout.
That's that caster curse. You're trying to talk him up as he hits the neutral sig on the right side, but he is going to get taken out. I believe that's what Raigundas who ends up converting that to a KO. And surprisingly enough, like despite the pressure red team's bringing, it's even in stock count.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how this happened so fast. And speaking of the Neutralite Vortex, kind of reminiscent of Meta's past, shout outs to that neutral signature from Raigundas, securing that stock. And oh my goodness. Oh man, you gotta be careful here.
Yo, Elsum managed to survive that precarious position. Nice down sig coming out from Raigundas on the left side. Actually, wait, no, that's not Raigundas. Who's that? That's Zach DeBoss. Sorry.
Rocking that Prince Zuko. Oh man, yeah, he's angry.
Side sig. Elsum still lives. Meanwhile, red team tried to go for the 2v1, but Zach DeBoss actually takes out Raigundas there. Raigundas.
This is close.
Final stock. Oh, Elsum. Your teammate. Doggo, you're so mean.
Like, bro, not like this. Ooh, weapon throw? I can't believe that.
Yo, missed the dare though. Dude, Doggo was bullying the second. Okay, come on. Downlight side air. Like, he knows this one is probably a dub, but he's also playing a little goofy with it.
Oh no, never say never. And over to the lady sang.
Yeah, I mean, it's a clean 1v1. Zach DeBoss still has that chance. Still can afford to take a couple of hits here as well.
Ooh. Oh man, that must have been, gosh, Sword players, man. Like, 'cause I look at that and I'm like, that D-Light hit? That D-Light hit, and that's how I know they're just better than me. I just know they're better than me because I always try to get that perfect gravity. Also, this weapon throw into Neutralite was raw. Like, that was raw. But they always get it at, like, the perfect height, dude. Like, I thought at that point he was definitely too high, and then, like, still get scooped up by it. That sword, it's a katana, man. It's looks like, I don't know. I don't know. Masamune, is that the like 11-incher or whatever? Super, or not inch, but like feet, right?
What?
I don't know. It's the name of a sword.
Yeah, Masamune is definitely the name of a type of sword, but I think it's just like the really long blade one, right?
Yeah, right. That's what Sephiroth got, right? Like
The one that's like a katana that somebody stretched like way too
yeah,
long.
like
Yeah.
yes, gosh, man. Anyway,
Sword stuff.
This it's got range. It got range. You know, don't let the weapon skins fool you. You know, sometimes one of the reasons I got the Belmont skin is because you get that little flail and whip.
Yeah.
You know, and I'm like, I'm trying to make people think, oh, it's not that long, and then I scoop them up with it. But these guys play a little bit more honest than me.
That or the Michelangelo sword as well, the nunchuck.
Yes.
You gotta make sure that they're not expecting the range that it'll bring to the table. But no character swaps, no map swaps, so going right on into game number 2.
Okay, and this one should be a good one. I mean, right here on one of, I think, the more welcome additions in terms of stages to the game. People seem to really love the Fortress of Lions, and for good reason, man. I mean, the aesthetic is absolutely crisp.
Yeah, it's a really good map. Again, like few soft platforms. You've got that pillar in the middle as well. Top of the map, though, Raigunda's barely missed the recovery.
Oh, what
He
a read.
jumped into it. Okay.
Gosh, that was like 3 SIGs in like 5 seconds.
He's playing like an Orion main.
Got to go back to your roots. Oh, man. Got to be careful here. I mean, jeez. Elsum.
Oh, the
That's a
flash out.
trade. Unfortunate if you're on the opposite side, but Elsum def feeling great about that one.
Yeah, this is a whole different Elsum and Boss here. They are in a massive lead compared to the last one where they was basically tied for the most of it.
Oh, man. Yeah, right now. Looking kind of tough. I like the response from my Gundas, though, because that's one of the things, like, this team combo is really good, especially with Val and Hattori N-Sigs on, well, I guess Hattori sword N-Sig and Val side Sig. Hold on. Oh, that's just, well, yeah, I can't even make it back. Pass, that's going to be a punish. Good punish. Yeah, that's why you can't go for unarmed neutralite.
Yeah.
You know, it's too long-lasting in 2v2s. It gives the other person so much time to punish.
Yeah, especially when you're stuck in that 1v2. Raigundas did a good job there dashing forward to make sure he goes through his teammate and didn't just like catch his teammate in that as well. Got to give him credit where it's due. Raigundas is going deep though.
Ooh, spin around with that neutral sig. Prince Zuko feeling saucy. Raigundas with a punish on a side sig. Oh, be careful. All these recoveries coming out, trying to get some KOs off the top. Raigundas not spacing the Sayer right, but it's okay. Man, just to find something else.
I like that save from Doggo at the bottom of the map. He hit a neutralite to keep Raigundas from getting followed up on. Down light from Zach to Boss, but no follow-up off of that.
All right, hold on. Red team looking kind of hurt, especially Doggo with 1 stock left to go. Accidentally hitting the teammate there as well. Teammate's gone.
Oh! What a follow-up,
No
too.
dodge for a while. Got it back. Oh, almost gets dunked.
He was high enough and managed to get back to the wall, so he'll survive for a little while here. But Doggo, deep red on his last stock. He's got to live longer.
Yeah, the red team is bleeding out at this point. They have to bring themselves back. Another gravity cancel down signature from Elsum, and now it's all up to Raigundas, who's already so beatly hurt. But man, just to find one, tries to get 2. I mean, yeah, pretty much anything will take out this stock, and there it is. But now you have 2 more to get through. Oh, I like the attempt on the ground pound. You know, a ground pound in white, always got to respect it in a 2v1.
Especially because right there, Elsum burned his dodge on that GC sidelight, was trying to go for a big play.
Oh,
we got caught. Not enough, though. High ceiling here on Fortress Alliance, but another one. And Elsum and Zach DeBoss managed to tie it up.
That one can be really awkward because I feel like that's what happens for a lot of people when they go up against Spear, is that Spear recovery just lingers a little bit more than they want it to, right? They feel like they don't have to expend a resource. It looks like you whiffed, and then like the last few frames of it just kind of catch and clip your feet. And you're like, oh man, I got caught. You're going to see it right here. It just kind of comes to the side. Up, recovery. And then right at the end there, right? Like right as the animation finishes is when he picks it up.
Yeah, and it's going to force a change out from Doggo here. He's actually going to go over to the Sidra for game number 3. I kind of get it in the sense of like he didn't have the best showing in game number 2, but also like a lot of it was I think Elsem and Zach DeBoss doing a really good adjustment to the way that like Doggo kept trying to come in, trying to help out Raigundas, and then you saw Elsem like just call him out. He was like, all right, downlight your teammate, and I'm going to GC down sig as you come in on me.
Yeah, exactly. It was like, man, like, sure, go ahead, do what you want. I'll watch, I'll wait, you know. Absolutely patient, and Elsem with these aggressive recoveries to tack on little bits of extra damage. You can see going for reads with these neutral legs still, but I think at this point Doggo's become a little bit more privy to it and has been baiting them out, and that's what I like to see. I like seeing the adjustments, the adaptations made. How do you get this one? It's so hard to space around that unarmed.
Yeah, definitely. You generally want to space like to the backside of it, but Doggo just not quite in position for that one. And Elsem giving some help over to Zach DeBoss. Right side, they're playing the unarmed edge guard game, and Doggo is the victor as Raigunda's got the KO on the left side on Zach DeBoss.
Okay. Once again, these guys starting off pretty strong here. Raigunda's looking pretty crispy on the Hattori right now, though, at least against Elsem. But now switching on over to the teammate. But Zach DeBoss, you know, big chillin'.
Dude, he tried to do that slide charge turnaround cannonball towards the map to give himself some coverage, but Elsem just stayed right on top of him, ground pounds directly onto him. But Raigundas is still sitting on that first stock. You talked about him being crispy.
Yeah, Raigundas almost got a turnaround grab to cancel neutral sig. Was not able to get that one to land, but would have been disastrous for the opposition. But now at this point, I mean, still got 3 stocks on Raigundas though.
I think Doggo kind of knows, you know what? Maybe I don't need to babysit Raigundas too hard. Maybe I can play a little bit safer and not throw myself trying to protect him. As Raigundas gets another recovery, Elsem's still living.
Okay, throws out the tentacle. Not going to connect that time, but a D-light there and a gravity cancel neutral light to cover the other. Not quite what you want on your teammate, but you know, it is what it is. Raigundas says, I'm going to pick this one up. We got 1 stock left on Elsem. Doggo probably soon to follow as well.
Ooh, you saw that weapon toss down. You were talking about how it can linger, that spear recovery, and Doggo's like, all right, I'll weapon toss and not have to worry about it. Still ends up getting caught though, and it's a slight stock lead in favor of the fact that Raigundas has 2.
Yeah, definitely looking like one of those games where it's going to be a close call, especially with the way Elsem really just uses that recovery haphazardly. It's scary in situations like that. Yes, he was able to fight his way back to the stage. But what if they got the edge guard? He wouldn't have anything to get back to the stage with, but he's just that confident.
Yeah, it is a risky piece of util to use. Oh my goodness, Raigundas. And I love that Doggo came over there for the reprieve, but Doggo might be in trouble here. Raigundas can't save him.
Okay, 2v1 scenario for Raigundas, has 2 stocks. Doesn't really matter if he loses this one here. And we're going to go on to the next. You do have Elsem in the orange, Zach DeBoss approaching the red. Just need a few hits, but first you got to get a weapon. How much damage are you going to take just in that process alone?
Trying to play around these walls a little bit, utilizing all the different platforms that he's got. Nice pickup. Oh, this is the juggles though.
Oh, drops the combo there. Ground pound not going to be enough, but gives you something here. And at this point, Zach DeBoss is in KO range if Raigundas can force it. Ooh, and that might help
him. Didn't go for a follow-up there, even though Zach DeBoss was still returning. Oh, the follow-up.
No dodge. Oh, that just KO'd outright. Raigundas has a chance here. Gets the Sayer, throws it up.
He was in sweat
Forcing out a dodge. You put you in a pretty hard situation. Raigundas could have timed a ground pound there if he was really feeling frisky. D-light recovery is all he needs.
Just going to keep control of the weapons. Elsem jumping around here. 1 more recovery.
1 more D-light. 1 more recovery. 1 more. So even an N-light just to get him off stage. And there's the N-light. Doesn't burn a dodge. Wow.
Oh.
Are you clutch?
They're both red. Recovery and
clutch.
Raigundas is in fact clutch. You asked the question, he gave you the answer. Raigundas and Doggo currently up 2-1.
Man, what a play. You can see Raigundas tried to get the save. Wasn't able to do it. Ended up getting edge guarded here, I believe. Yeah, got pogoed. But then immediately afterward here, I mean, was able to get that Sayer Light, ill-advised gravity cancel. And then immediately after, we saw the whole edge guard sequence. I mean, granted, ended up being a retaliation recovery to close out the stock. But there was that moment there where he did the weapon throw up and then, like, was just, like, sitting there.
Yeah,
and
on the left side.
I thought it was game right there.
I was hoping. When it was coming
Yeah.
back down, he's like stuck on the wall. I was like, maybe this is going to be the hypest weapon toss. But unfortunately didn't have the damage to do it. But still, like just keeping that pressure maintained on the opponent definitely did some mental damage to Elsem there.
Because there's a world there where, like, the weapon throw hits, you catch the spear and you pogo, and that's a game, you know? So it's like, ooh, definitely playing with fire there. But ultimately, it didn't matter because at that point, look who won the set. Or I won't say the set, just the game. There's still more set to be played.
Calling it early, man.
But I'm just saying, look who won the game. That was a 2v1 that started off at. There, by no reasons should that have been the outcome, generally speaking. I mean, we've seen some amazing 2v1s happen in Brawlhalla history, but generally speaking, you expect the other team with more people
2v1s
to come out on top. They are.
I mean, at the end of the day, right, like they had that potential for those 2v2 combos, which we've seen completely obliterate stocks. And it doesn't matter what your damage is at if you've got the opponent stuck in hit stun. But, I mean, again, credit to Raigundas for avoiding any of those situations. And, again, full capitalization. We talked about that kind of risky GC side sig that Zach DeBoss threw out, and Raigundas saw that single opportunity and had the correct answer to it. And you got to give him a lot of credit for that.
No, he's absolutely playing phenomenally. I mean, keeping the dream alive as well. Definitely, if you're the other team, though, feeling a little bit shaken up maybe. Maybe a little bit, oh, man, I wasn't supposed to allow that to happen. Let it slip through my fingers. Hopefully, they're going to be able to come back stronger. This time around, we get a legend swap over to Jala, so they want to pack a little bit more punch.
Yeah, and then you're also seeing Doggo make the swap over to Asuri for game number 4. An interesting swap. Again, I feel like Doggo's having this weird spot of, like, he's not doing as much as he was doing in game number 1, so he's, like, trying to find that thing that'll help him continue to do that.
Okay, here we go. Right into game number 4, Elsem. Once again, with these aggressive chases with the Rocket Lance recovery. I'm getting a lot of mileage out of those. On the other side of things, though, really looking to see what Zach DeBoss is ready to do with this Jala. Hoping to see some early KOs.
Ooh, tried to go in for that end sig, but a side sig from Doggo launches Elsem. Immediate team combo attempted onto Zach DeBoss. The weapon spawn, or the weapon toss was still active, and Doggo ends up getting spiked there by Elsem.
Okay, so, I mean, we were having a little bit chat earlier on about, like, we're seeing a lot more Katars in the 2v2 landscape, and that's what we're getting in the Asuri instead of the Sidra, but is it worth?
No, it's not looking bad. I like that slap down to punish. Again, some quick attacks. Maybe that's what he wants, right? That's one of the big things Doggo's been doing is kind of supporting Raigundas, coming in, breaking up those combos that happen.
Oh,
that's why he wants it.
Oh, man, and Doggo just looking to get to the Space Jam right now, just trying to get all the dunks possible, and we'll see how much that pans out. I mean, these SIGs are being thrown out by Doggo and gets a little bit of a half pipe, gets interrupted though, but that's okay because the damage is good, and that's the thing. If you're not playing like a very team combo heavy centric team composition, I think having Katars in your lineup is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that critical for them to be passing back and forth, and Raigundas still has those thoughts of getting those follow-ups right. You saw that N-Sig attempted just there, but they're not having those long combos as Doggo avoids the ground pound on the right side from Elsa, but he gets another one!
From there? That's wild, but you do know that, like, when the Rocket Lance, like, connects with the ground, there is, like, a little exhaustion hitbox that comes out there. It's got popped on the way down. Wow.
Oh, but the Nair from Doggo takes down Zach DeBoss on the right side. And again, Raigundas is holding that stock advantage for the team. There's a chance the blue team forces another 2v1 here.
Oh, and the beautiful use of the down signature from Orion as well. So quick, hard to punish, and especially if you've had a lot of damage racked up on you, definitely one of the safest options you can throw out if you're playing that Legend.
Zach DeBoss, sword v sword against Doggo right now. Putting out some good hitboxes.
Oh, tries to read a high recovery. It's tough. This is close. This is elimination bracket, so this means that for Elsem and Zach DeBoss, they have to win this game to stay alive in this part of bracket. Meanwhile, for Doggo and Raigundas, they get to move on forward if they can close it out here. And Elsem manages to get the wall touch there and a conversion on the other side. Now the red team loses the stock first. I didn't think this was going to be how it goes. Can Raigundas do it again?
The Sayer, Raigundas does not have a lot of health to play with. He could catch Elsem. Zach DeBoss, oh my goodness.
Oh, he won't be able to make it back because of that side light. Nice. Good edge guard. That's going to be a game 5 situation forced by Elsum, and Zach the boss there was looking a little precarious toward the end. I'm not going to lie, but then they were able to buckle up, saddle up, and ride into town.
Yep. They came into town, guns swinging, guns slinging?
Swinging, ablazing, I don't know.
I don't know.
Popping,
On the belt,
cracking.
ready to go.
Kept it on the hip and then woo, you know, a little quick draw action. Whoop-ah, you know, better watch out. Tumbleweed.
Yeah.
Wow, wow, and then the whole little.
What instrument is that?
My brain says harmonica, but I'm like, is it?
I always thought it was just a guy who goes like, wow, wow,
Yeah,
wow.
like with his voice, just
Yeah.
doing some mean acapella. Like, no, actually, that's more raw. I mean, maybe it's just Reno.
Could be.
Yeah, just sitting there, just making insect noises.
We don't know what
We
his
really don't.
insect type is, what noises they make.
That's whatever that is there an official term for that?
There's like the Wilhelm scream, right?
Yeah.
So is there
The tumbleweed
spaghetti
whale.
western scream?
Yeah. We're going to find out as the final tumbleweed falls as we go over to the Weston Air Temple for game number 5. It's going to be Elsum and Zach the Boss versus Doggo and Rygundas trying to stay alive in the elimination bracket. Let's see if they can keep their cabbages in order.
They wanted a little bit more platforms compared to Fortress of Lions. That's one of the reasons why they went to this map. But double downlight coming out from Doggo. Some good reads coming from his guitars.
Oh.
Punish. That was a burn dodge too. Doggo can't convert.
Does it in the wrong way.
Still touches though.
Oh, we playing this game? We playing this game. Now Doggo's had enough. He gets back on stage. Uh-oh. Oh, gets caught by Elsum. That's what I'm talking about. That lingering hitbox on the Lancer. So deceptive. And gosh, Elsum, one of the bravest Rocket Lance players I've seen.
Yeah. He makes some bold decisions, but it's Rygundas' decision to go downlight recovery, take out Zach the Boss, bottom of the map. Elsum still holding on.
I appreciate throwing the Rocket Lance there. The unarmed recovery is definitely going to do you a lot more favors in that situation.
Yeah, especially because like you can also utilize that weapon hitbox just to give you some coverage. Unfortunately, doesn't have the movement. Elsum going to fall. Both Rygundas and Doggo still sitting on their first stocks.
Okay, and Doggo, so where did that weapon spawn at? Doesn't get a chance to find out before losing the stock on the other side, though. Rygundas trying to bide some time in the corner. And beautiful save, honestly, coming out from Doggo there, because that's kind of one of the scary things about, you know, biding your time on the side of the stage when you're waiting for your teammate to come back, is that you are off stage and people can corner guard you. It's not like it's free.
Definitely a risky spot. I mean, there was always that threat of that Lance Grand Pound. We've seen Elsum hit multiple of those. Oh, catches him. And Elsum is going to take out Doggo off the side stick from the soft platform. Doggo's down to his last stock here.
Yeah, Doggo in the danger zone for sure right now. You got to make sure you aren't getting hit for free. And as I say that, already gets a few chunks. And, you know, you're walking the Asuri, too, with the Katars, so you're not going to have that combo potential with your teammate unless you swap over to the sword. So definitely trying to solo this one out. I love the weapon throw. We have 2 separate corner guards occurring for members of the red team. We got 2 separate 1v1s, but you can see immediately trying to reconvene. And in that moment, the red team manages to capitalize on both members of blue and swing the stock count in their favor.
Great pickups from the red team. Blue team now down to their final stocks. But they have that kind of hope. They have that strategy, take out Doggo, and try to see if Rygundas can do that 2v1 again.
Oh, man, Doggo getting these neutral airs. It's one of the safest moves you can press on the Katars. Just press it and drift. Press it and drift. If they punish you for it, it's rare. Oh! Same.
Got away from that.
Maybe a jump scare for a second. Charging that Thundercats.
That NSIG probably wouldn't have KO'd, but man, still makes you panic a little bit. You got to clench up when you see that. But Doggo's still taking a lot of damage here.
Yeah, this one's starting to look a little scary. Doggo needs to hang on. Rygundas has proven to be able to do the 2v1, but never want to leave your partner in that situation more than one time in a set, if at all. Oh, Doggo looking clean here.
The target swaps.
Look at the way he's moving. Yeah, like he's just finessing right through him, threading the needle.
Side sig. Zach the Boss going to get launched here. You know what? At this point, Doggo's done his job.
Yeah,
the
I
fact
agree.
is, Rygundas has a second stock. Like, this is definitely very doable for the red team as Rygundas is going to fall and Doggo wants to extend as Elsum gets taken out by Zach the Boss.
But at this point, I mean, oh no, did he get the touch there? I don't think he got the touch there, did he? It don't even matter
this
because he's
time.
going to get pogoed.
And just like that, right, Gundas and Dago take it in game number 5 over Elsum and Zektabus. They're continuing on to fight the winner of Asmodee Beware of Chair and Cheese Face and Ket.
Okay. Nail biter of a set for sure. For sure. I think, you know, the biggest thing was just how long Dago was able to persevere in that game 5, right? I mean, by the time that, like, you know, stocks were falling, 1, Dago never ended up even losing the stock. But 2, even if he had, both members of the blue team were taken into the red. So had he lost that stock, right, Gundas just has to come back and get like a recovery or a D-Light Sair or something, and then that's just the set. So like, good stuff to them. Definitely played it. I mean, we saw quite a few legend swaps throughout the course of that set, you know, and for better or worse, I mean, we saw how the cookie crumbled.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the decision to stick with those characters in game 5 was that bad.
I agree.
Jala was looking solid. It's the thing that won them game 4, and Dago on the Asuri was putting out more damage than he did with the Sidra. So I cannot fault them with sticking with it, but the thing that stands out to me, y'all can't see this graph, I don't think, but look at this. Look how long he stayed on. There it is, right there. Wait. It's like using a mirror to do things. Look at, this is Dago's last stock. He lasted on that stock so long. And again, credit to Gundas. Both of his first 2 stocks lasted basically as long as each of Dago's stocks. So really well played and a great survivability, but they're obviously in the hot seat because they're now going into Asmodee and Beware of Chair.
Yeah, ooh, and that one's going to be pretty tough for them. I mean, I'm very curious to see how this one goes because that means I think we're likely going to end up seeing another one of the legends that we were kind of talking about before, right? We were thinking of seeing maybe a little bit of Zariel, and definitely someone we haven't seen today, but has proven to be a threat in 2s. We saw that at BCX even, right? So, like, definitely something to be aware of.
Yeah, I think Asmodee has a really solid character pool. Definitely it leans a little bit more towards ones. We're used to seeing like the Vector, the Moon, and things like that you don't really see in 2v2s, but they're still solid picks, right? Like you're still, of course, going to be able to use that Scythe to great effect. We've already seen how well Lance can be a great tool, and we talked about how Bo is a really good tool.
Yes.
So definitely no like terrible picks in Asmodee's general character pool, but I like that she's currently hovering on the Zariel for game number 1.
Yeah, and I'm very curious to see how that's going to pan out, mainly because Zariel has those like very long-lasting signatures that like give your teammate a lot of time to follow up. But
Big but.
We're going to have to wait to find out. We're going to have to wait to find out. I'm curious, you're curious, the viewers at home are curious. But why don't we sit on that curiosity as we go ahead and throw to a very short break. We're going to be back with more Brawlhalla Spring Championship 2v2 action in just a moment. This is the wildest game of chicken. This is actually what's popping, y'all. We back with more spring 2v2 action. I'm Flambeau. That's Duke. I lost both. I lost both the rock, paper, scissors
and
the game of chicken. So I don't have a hot streak right now, but next one. Next one I got.
We still got three days of action. Of course, we got tomorrow and Sunday, but we also have later today as well with SEA, where you could probably beat Taza in many a game. But we got up next Doggo and Raigundas versus Beware of Chair and Asmodee currently on deck. We already got to see some Doggo and Raigundas action, and it looks like Doggo is going to be sticking with the Asuri. We saw him swap up a little bit with that Sidra and what was it, an Akuma before that, I believe?
Yeah. Yeah, we did have a little Sasuino Hado action in there. I forgot all about that. Yeah. I remember there was one stock where you Raging Demon his teammate.
Yep.
Yeah.
Very memorable moment, actually.
Yeah, iconic, actually. Like, kind of like a Evo moment, kind of.
You see the Evo sync?
Yeah, no, I heard the "Let's go, Justin," and then it was just like Raging Demon his partner. It was perfect. It was perfect.
All right, map's getting banned out right now. On the side of Asmodee and Beware of Chair, though, we've talked a little bit about the Zariel before the break, and we've talked about Barasa again for a while now, but check out the Barasa drip. He's using that flower pistol.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, that's nice.
Okay.
I like that.
That was clean.
A little Plants vs. Zombies action.
Big fan. Big fan. We're going to see how much that matters, though, as we go into game one. I mean, probably want something that shoots bullets and not seeds.
Keys, I think.
Pellets? I don't know. We're going to find out, though, as we load up into game one on Apocalypse. We're going to see how this one's going to ball out here as starting off already as Asmodee going for a ground pound with this Zero here. I'm waiting for the first big signature. I want to see if we get some nice lengthy team combos. And look at the way she's moving.
I'm also really curious about how Beware of Chair is going to be following up off of Asmodee's setups, right? Again, we talked about how the Gauntlet setups have been changed a little bit, but looks like she's able to follow up off of her own, and she hit a dare into a side air off the soft platform bounce.
Oh, and look at this. Already a great start for the blue team. One stock secured, and we're going to call two right there as Asmodee seems to waste no time going for these aggressive dash jump ground pounds off the stage. A lot of the times you'll see people kind of use it as like a mix-up, but I think it's actually very smart, especially at the beginning of a set, to just go for it. Make people scared of it so that later on in the set, if need be, you can bait it out whatever the defensive option is.
Yeah, and especially going from like a very different pacing team like Elsem and Zach Tabas are bringing out, Asmodee playing a little bit more aggressive in those offstage engagements.
Oh, and a beautiful save right there from Asmodee right there. We saw a D-Light recovery attempt from Doggo, but immediately Asmodee came down with that Saron bow and saved the partner there.
Yeah, and just a second ago, you saw that side light. It's, again, very hard to space for the team combos with the bow. Raigundas manages to pick up the side air on Beware of Chair. Another side air. Asmodee, no DI means that she's going to get taken out on the right side.
Yeah, now that was clean. Got the pass, no-look pass. Clean it up. There we go. Haven't seen these SIGs connect yet from Asmodee. And she's been mainly sitting on the gauntlets. We haven't seen too much bow come out. On the other side, Beware of Chair. Trying to make them beware, I guess. I mean, so far, doing a pretty decent job on this Rick. That Sayer is going to be an easy KO, and that's what I was looking for. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, I mean, that was definitely a KO either way, right? Like, yeah, KS for sure.
I'd be screaming in the voice comms, turn my gain up as much as possible because you stole my KO there.
Oh, no.
Yo, still touches.
Barely. Oh, hold on.
Beware.
Raigundas trying to get tricky. Getting busy. Looking like Sean Paul. Hold on. All right, we coming back to it. Raigundas not going to get a punish there, but that's okay because Doggo managed to clean something up there.
Yeah, nice pickup from Doggo. Saw that both he and Asmodee got launched on the left side, and he had the quicker reaction on that one.
Like the recovery side signature coming out from Raigundas. Oh, man, and Doggo. Raigundas looking pretty decent, but not as decent as Asmodee. And Beware of Chair on this Rick, racking up so much damage, has two stocks, and is, I won't say healthy, but at least able to take one more hit.
Right side, Doggo, nice recovery.
Beware of Chair is getting so many hits. That axe is chunking.
Yo, but Asmodee gets taken out. Red team right now, they need to get the stock off of Beware of Chair and then immediate zero. Okay, nope, never mind. they need a prayer now.
Yeah, the Sarah wasn't even enough to KO. And at this point, if you're aware of chair, like, if you want to play the game of, oh, hold on. Oh, wait, actually, all right, we'll take it. Some seppuku action. You know, it happens every now and then. But at this point, you need what, like, D-Light recovery on blasters will do it. Sarah will do it. Down Sig will do it. Sarah in the corner. Well, you got pretty much anything will be enough. So if you're Doggo, you got to play pretty pristinely. Can't get nicked by anything here. Oh, and so far doing a good job.
Yeah. Unnickable right now.
Gotta be careful.
Oh,
all right, not
just
enough.
Far enough. Oh, the spot dodge in the face of the opponent. A bold decision. Doggo slowly bringing this one back, but again, one hit would be enough. Oh my goodness, dodging up into it. The downlight almost does it.
Yeah, that's the win con now. If you're beware of chair, you're going for N-Light and D-Lights only. Or you swap to blasters, you're wild. I don't know if that's the play. There's so much N-lag on those attacks if you whiff, but a Sarah from cross stage will be enough. Great, valiant effort there, though, in that last match. I mean, we saw Doggo really trying to claw his way back into that match. Just barely couldn't hang on.
Yeah, I mean, a rough start for Doggo, but a fantastic finish as Doggo was the first one to go down to that final stock, but really extended that final stock for as long as possible and was trying to win that, what effectively was a 1v1 with a stock deficit, but just unfortunately not able to do it at the end there.
Yeah, like imagine you had like 20 less damage before you started that 1v1 as Doggo. That might have been the difference between being able to make the comeback and ultimately falling to your demise. But, I mean, the fact that he was even able to perform that well says a lot. So as we go into this game number 2, I don't really know how I feel in terms of, like, I feel like usually after game 1, I have a general sense of who I think is going to come out on top in the set. But I'd say at this point, I'm still very much so rattled. I don't really know who's going to come out on top. It feels very even. That's how I like it.
How does the swap to Sidra affect your feels right now?
I'm going to be honest. I don't love Sidra as a 2v2 legend, but I don't think she's bad. In my brain, I'm like the Ninja 729 or nobody else. But
that's fair.
She's good. She's good. I just don't know if I feel as strongly about Doggos. But on the other side of things, like, you know, with that cannon, you actually have more affordance for team combos than you did with those guitars. But I just don't feel like I've seen Doggo really go for these team conversions with the Sidra like that on the cannon. But maybe today's going to be different.
Yeah, I mean, like the last time we saw Doggo on the Sidra, it wasn't bringing the most to the table. In fact, he ended up swapping immediately after that. But he's hoping that this time it's going to bring something nice to the table. Maybe some more anchors in those offstage engagements as his Modi goes for the N-Sig, does not quite catch.
Ooh. And Doggo kind of sticking to the sword right now. I'm curious to see what the cannon does when it does come out, because I'm thinking if you're going to stick with the sword, there might be better legends to pick. Because I would think you're swapping because you want the cannon, but it's caught up. Oh, I actually love the play from Asmodi there. Kind of baited out the recovery and tried to punish it, but couldn't quite find the answer. But there we go. It's going to be a nice signature. Probably a ground pound. No, we get an exhausted recovery, I believe. Go ahead and fight your way back to the stage. I'm seeing a lot more of that lately, that exhausted recovery as a final last-ditch effort to make it back to the stage.
Yeah, another one of those kind of like meta shifts where people just weren't attacking on their way back up, and now people are, and the defenders are not expecting that. Nice down there from Doggo on the right side. We'll keep that stock count even as Modi opts to go for Raigundas. Didn't try to go off stage for like a dare or a ground pound.
Nice.
Downlight nair from Doggo.
Okay. I like the catch here as well. Weapon throw. Gonna go right through that invulnerability from the respawn. We got ourselves a match here. Doggo staying alive, barely. That neutral light, not enough cross stage, but at this point, nice catch from his Modi. And that's going to be the stock taking there, Raigundas on the other side, trying to get back, but instead becoming the victim of a team combo.
Yeah, nice follow-up there from Asmodi, dipping around Beware of Chair's axe combo with that side light nair. Neutral light to set up as Modi ends up nairing only one of the red team members. It is a grab move.
You know what? Now that you mention it, I'm going to take a look at Beware of Chair for a second here. I want to see what he got going on. It looks like he got caught by Asmodi, but Asmodi was able to go ahead and get a KO because of it. So death worth. But Beware of Chair, I mean, he's hanging on right now. Barely.
I'm just watching Asmodi's SIGs and good positioning there, but the anchor takes out Beware of Chair.
From the other side?
Enough damage on him, bounced him up.
That's wild.
Oh, nice follow-up there from Beware of Chair off the Sigs. I don't think she's done a light attack in a hot minute.
Yeah, why would you? When you got something that looks so much cooler, so much flashier. What does it the kids say? So much Riz.
Oh, Riz.
So much Riz.
Is that what the youngins are, the youths?
You know, the zooms. Something like that. Either way, I mean, it's looking like it's going to be an even game stock count while Gundas is pretty bruised. Oh, I'm surprised that wasn't enough.
Yeah. A lot of damage has been put onto Gundas. Satori not really known for having the highest of defense. Didn't quite catch his stance, but as Modi back to the Sig game, knows that he needs a couple of those to win out game number 2 here.
Oh. You gotta be careful here. If you are Gundas, just weaving your way around these hitboxes. You can see Doggo tries to close it out here. Could be the biggest mistake as they are both in the corner, but they fight their way back onto the stage. Blue team is looking to close it out as Modi might throw out a Sig soon. D-Light recovery is not going to be enough, but a retaliation from Gundas into a combo from Doggo, and the red team is starting to feel some momentum as they can feel their way back into this game, and they are able to completely turn it around in a steamroll of momentum as Modi and Beware of Chair did not beware of the red team.
They really stole that one away. The blue team had such a lead. Again, Gundas was deep red on the last stock for so long, but the blue team never got that finishing blow, and each time they tried, red team was adding up that damage. I do got to call out, though, as Modi, 16 signatures used, 63% accuracy.
Ooh, okay, that's like 2 out of 3. You know?
Not bad.
That's not bad accuracy at all. Not bad accuracy. Maybe should have thrown a couple out at the end there.
Yeah.
You know?
Would have been a good idea to maybe take out one of those red team members.
But you got to land them. You got to land them. But apparently she was. So, you know, we'll see. Maybe in this game, she's going to be like, nah, now I live and die by the heavy button.
She's learned her lesson, man. Only has to do heavy attacks. It'll work eventually. No, but it's light attacks so far. 2 side lights come out.
Oh, I like the side light.
Okay.
Big combo. Gets interrupted, though. You know they were cooking.
Yeah, you saw Beware of Chair turn to the right, wanted to do a combo, wanted that signature. Nice dare, gets him back to the wall. Doggo's real deep here.
Oh,
and the dare
Doggo's
from
gone.
Asmodi. Gundas.
Nice
okay.
save. Uh-oh. Can Asmodi make it back? Yeah, and everybody gets back intact. And that's the way you love to see it. That's what 2v2 is all about. Just because you don't have the options, you get the extra option in your teammate because they will be there like Allstate. Clean.
Oh, but some trades happen. You see Beware of Chair get taken out as Modi gets the unofficial double there. So she is everywhere.
Oh, these neutral airs. Oh, Sarah Connor, sit down. Beware of Chair. Looking out for the chair. It's an anchor this time around, but I'm hanging out in there. Good conversion. And now, I mean, blue team, similar position last game where they had so much momentum. Every time they get a team combo, though, it does get interrupted. I love that I'm seeing that from Doggo and Gundas. I'm not letting them get their hits in for free.
Yeah, they're definitely making them work for it. Like, they're still getting some good damage because they're getting that follow-up, but the red team is making sure that it's not the extremes, it's not those long combos. Side sig launched and Beware of Chair is focused on getting back, and another save from Doggo. Gundas can't get back, but he touches, he's back, and Doggo hits the ground pound onto Asmodi.
What a turnaround. Not how I expected that one to go, and now, just like the last game, we find ourselves in a situation where Asmodi and Beware of Chair quickly, in a blink of an eye, fall behind. They had such a huge lead, and all of a sudden, they're the ones behind. It seems like Doggo and Gundas just know when to turn the tides, but a perfectly spaced side signature from Asmodi almost gets the stock on Doggo. Gundas does go down, though. Asmodi is looking to close this out on Doggo. Doggo still manages to stay ever vigilant, but that was terrible. You were praying with that one.
It's like, it'll get me back up, but I'll burn basically everything else and just hope that they aren't looking at me.
Yeah, that was definitely, it was like, distract them for me, okay? And then just did not get the memo.
No, but everybody down to their final stocks. Blue team cannot relax. Beware of Chair with the intense edge guard. Gundas again, the saves. But it's not enough. The red team gonna fall here. Blue team takes it out in game number 2.
And you know what? I was waiting for that. I was waiting. one of Foda's favorite things to say is like, bro, the twos metagame has gotten so wild. It used to be then someone goes out for the save, and then they save the save, and then they edgeguard the save, and then they edgeguard the save, and then they save that, and then edgeguard, and he goes down the entire spiral.
Really good Foda impression,
Thank you. I've practiced.
You practice that one.
I actually don't, but I think Foda has like a very specific vibe, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, you guys can even see it right there in the replays that like throughout the entirety of this game and the game before, they were able to save each other without getting punished pretty consistently. But in that game, they were like, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't let them get back. And what's a better answer than bow ground pound? Like the amount of force, how big it is. You can kind of, even if you're not trying to get hit by it, if your partner gets hit by it and they're like even like an inch nearby, it's like, I got hit too. So
you both get caught. It's a really good tool, especially with the way that Doggo and Raigundas are saving. It's a lot of these very vertical options, right? It's like sword recovery, unarmed recovery, right? These things where it's just putting you straight up and down, and Bo just has to sit at the top of that path and just completely cut it off. It's a really, really good option. But I do kind of like to what you're pointing out is I love the fact that Asmodee and Beware of Terror are like, you know what? We're not going to let you get away for free with that. We're going to start doing this. And of course, they're forcing those interactions as well. Like they're putting Doggo and Raigundas into those offstage situations where they have to go out and try to save.
And that's where the money is. That's where the pot of gold is on the opposite side of the rainbow. Get your lucky charms or whatever. You got to put them in that spot and then just take all the money and run. Yeah. That's what you got to do.
Yoink, twist, run, take it all as we get into the next game. Doggo and Raigundas, no swaps. Doggo actually did like the Sigil, liked what was happening there, just an unfortunate edge guard at the end. So he's sticking with it.
Yeah, no, I think the Sigil looked good. I think outside of that one ill-advised gravity canceled down sig that we saw. Oh, ooh, gosh, cannon, man.
Yo, but it's not a KO. He had to disengage there. You saw him like running out of steam.
Yeah, and that's the difference between playing like Sidra versus someone like Zul, right? Like that little bit of extra force really matters when chaining those consecutive hits because it really adds up in the long run.
And like even looking at the top of the map, like he did all of that to Beware of Chair, and Beware of Chair kind of basically even in damage to Doggo.
Yeah, like, you know what, whatever. This is why I picked the Barraza. I wanted the defense. I wanted to get hit a little bit. The combination of not having that added force and the high defense just means that Doggo, one, didn't get the KO, but two, also ended up getting KO'd.
And now Raigundas having to avoid that 1v2 pressure play. You saw Asmodee starting to go back to the classic, use a lot of signatures. Team combo attempted, Raigundas breaks it up.
Okay, side sig from Raigundas. Goes ahead and closes that one out, and Doggo trying to get these neutralites on Asmodee, but she's being ever elusive with this gauntlet movement. And look at the way she's holding center stage, catches a nice recovery onto Doggo, and trying to keep it going, but Doggo finally finds a neutralite, and another one to boot this time around. You see, Asmodee's trying to like mix up whether or not she's gonna land on the left or the right, like am I landing in front of you or behind you? And I think Doggo now has been able to figure it out. They keep playing this game. Can he get the neutralite on the right side, or alternatively, will Asmodee mix him up?
Yo, Raigundas was cooking Beware of Chair for a hot minute there. Had like a recovery, GC side sig, hit a Sarah as well, put the edge guard. But Beware of Chair is like X recovery and finally takes him out. But that's all enough to even up this game number 4.
Yeah, this is where, things really start to matter if you're the red team because you can't lose another one. And Doggo doesn't get high enough with that, just barely. Usually that Sidra's like, that's your golden ticket, man. That's usually the one that gets you out of those precarious scenarios, but not there. Just not enough height on that one. And all of a sudden, it's looking like Doggo and Raigundas could potentially be taken out of this bracket soon. We'll see as Asmodee and Beware of Chair get sent down to equal stocks. This is not out of the realm of possibility yet for Doggo and Raigundas.
Yeah, there's still a very real possibility Doggo and Raigundas bring out what they brought in game number 1, where they managed to steal that victory away from the blue team. But it really is going to rely on Doggo to survive till the end of this one.
Oh, and I love that. I mean, usually you'll see pros complain about that option all the time. Never do the double chase dodge through your opponent, you'll hear from Stingray. But in twos, it's more applicable, right? You get through the other person, you get on the other side, you find a sig, you get a huge punish, and all of a sudden, you have a game that's a lot more even than I think the blue team would appreciate. But Doggo has been pretty messed up.
Yeah, this is like the ultimate you have to play support kind of position as he went for a bull GC and he goes up into it.
Jumps right in. Right into the deep end, and Raigundas has to do this again, but does not have the damage racked up to just fish for KOs here. So you either have to, one, get them off stage and go for an edge guard, or you really got to chip away at them until you have them in a range where you convert into a true KO opportunity. And it doesn't look like the blue team's going to make that easy as Modi and Beware of Chair just tacking on extra bits of damage.
Yeah, Raigunda's really not able to put any damage out onto the blue team. Like, he got a Sair. It was a response, though. He got a Neutralite. Still just trading back and forth, and you can't afford these trades.
At this point, Neutralator is not going to be enough, but another one at this height will. And a recovery, ooh, right to the corner. That's the only spot on the map where you could survive from something with that much knockback. You can see Raigunda still trying. Going for the Neutralite. You can't do it in the 2v1. How many times I got to tell you? Go for the side light instead.
The active frames are just going to lock you down, and unfortunately, it locks Raigunda's down to get KO'd by the side air from Beware of Chair. And that means Asmodean Beware of Chair still in the bracket. Doggo and Raigundas go home with a 4th place finish.
But I can't blame the thing that stinks, because anyone that's played 2v2s has been in that position before, and it's like you find yourself in a situation where you're just like mashing the dodge button on your keyboard because you want the chase dodge to come out so you don't get punished for it. But then you're like, man, like this combo really does take some time, huh? A little and I think there's a kick in there. It's like a couple kick. Yeah, it's
everything.
It's actually kind of raw when you think about it. You know what I mean? Like there's an elbow swing in there. Like that definitely does damage. If anything, that move probably needs a buff in terms of how much damage it does, because it's like a kick. I think. Yeah, that's raw.
Yeah. This thing is. My bracket is breaking. Oh my god! I don't need to read the terms and conditions right now. You're having a blast over here.
I mean, the music bumping.
Yeah, it's some solid music. I think we're getting ready. Okay, bracket's broken. Oh, we're good. We're back.
We back.
It wanted to update in the middle of tournament. Who's been there before? Am I right, production? We've seen the Windows logo. But again, really solid plays from Asmodean Beware of Chair. I'm kind of surprised it went 3-1 with the way that like the bracket shook out, because both of them went up against Vey and Hipka, and Vey and Hipka 3-1 Asmodean Beware of Chair versus the 3-2 they went to with Doggo and Raigunda. So I thought that was going to be a little bit closer, but still solid plays all around.
Yeah, no, that was a great display. Very happy to see the Zerial. You know, I was really looking forward to seeing that legend come out and showing what exactly they're capable of. And right, we got to see it in full fruition. We got to see the, oh my goodness. I don't even know how to describe what Zerial shoots out. It's like cosmic energy or something, right?
They are a celestial being.
Right.
So I think it's like just celestial energy.
Okay, so we saw the celestial energy, I guess, wrapping up the opponents in the cosmos and allowing time for Zerial's partner to come through and really just pick a button, you know, and that goes a long way. Like there's a lot of, I love moves like that. You know, there are some moves that aren't as great. Like for example, one that comes to mind is like Zol Cannon, or Axe Side Sig, where he kind of like runs over,
grabs them, throws them down, and then I think launches up a little bit.
And it just takes so long. But also it's like grounded, right? So it's even that much easier to like, if you hit Zol, you might hit the partner, but like it's pretty easy to stop. Meanwhile, Zerial doing it at a range, so like even if you're shooting over there, it doesn't really matter because like it takes them more to get to you.
I think it's a really solid tool, and of course that's one of the reasons why Asmodee's still sticking with it as we get ready for the next one. Roscoe and Moxie, we saw them earlier today. They're back to the old guard with the Sidra, the Thatch for game number 1.
Okay, so this one's gonna be fun. You know, Thatch. That's my guy, Young Draco. Pulling it up. You're gonna see how Llama says everybody play Thatch. Y'all should. Team combo gets interrupted. Nice interruption from Moxie with that Neutralite. And that's the thing. We haven't seen any team combos for free today. Every single one has been pretty much interrupted outside of the double Orions.
Yeah, they and Hipka had the closest to a completed team combo, but they did not get those final blows that they were looking for. Still, great damage being put out from this blue team. There's a follow-up into the recovery as Modi wanting that force.
And that one was earned. Had to do a little bit of fast fall action to make sure you can line up the bow recovery in time. And so that's what I like to see. And Asmodee tacking on extra bits of damage here. Nice little interruption. And you can see Beware of Chair finessing right around that Blaster's ground pound. Got grenades coming out from Snake Eyes.
Oh, but off the soft platform, it's going to be Roscoe with the D-Light recovery, keeping that stock count even. Beware of Chair, utilizing that range that the Blasters provides.
Oh, and there we go again. Lines it up with the cosmic energy and shoots the shards out into the cosmos. Going to be another one taken for Asmodee, just sidelighting on both sides of the stage. They cannot stop this bow. I am happy to see more bow in the 2v2 landscape. Oh!
Just
Almost.
slightly off the mark. Would have had an amazing follow-up there, but still, it's going to be Moxie down to the final stocks. He goes for a ground pound there.
And still, Asmodee's able to follow up. Oh, almost catches the neutral sig right there as well. Asmodee is playing out of her mind. Beware of Chair, great with the follow-ups. Red team is crumbling. 3 stocks on Beware of Chair. Asmodee has 2. Both members of the red team, they only got 1. Uno. And it's about to be 0 with the way this edge guard is about to shape out. Oh, Asmodee goes deep. And the dunk from downtown is going to close that dream.
Had to bring out some Celestial energy to bounce as well. Bounced him off the Celestial platform into the main stage and then continues on. Beware of Chair. Should I remind everyone, he's still on his first stock.
Yeah.
Hello?
Might end like that. Oh my gosh, another one.
You light? Nothing?
Doesn't even say her. Says, you know what, hold on, we can do better. We can do better.
It's like, we got something cooler cooking. Hold on. Set the oven timer.
So what's cooler than cool?
Ice cold. But
Easy,
no ice on that one, as Modi and Beware of Chair are able to take game number 1 in a very dominant fashion. Moxie's only putting out 201 damage. We talked about this last time. I kind of want to see Moxie make the swap earlier, because he was able to put out bigger damage after he made that swap in the winner's bracket.
Yeah, I definitely think that was the play, right? Like, you know, I always appreciate having your initial game plan, trying it out, and if it doesn't work, but I think making the adjustment now, definitely the play you want to go for, because otherwise, you know, last time when it did seem to be working out, it was a little bit too late. You don't want to have those same regrets over again. So we're going right into game number 2 as Asmodee and Beware of Chair kind of cleaned up in that game 1. Maybe it won't be so easy this time around. We'll see. Maybe Moxie and Roscoe will make this one a little bit greasier. I
mean, Moxie did make the swap, but it wasn't to the Barraza that worked out in the winner's bracket instead. It's over to the Hattori, maybe not wanting to do that Barraza mirror match, but right now, the Barraza is the tankiest thing on the field. It's the thing taking the least damage.
Oh, this one's going to be tough here. I love the weapon throw. Break it up. And look at this chase that we're seeing from Moxie as well.
Nice.
And that interrupt was perfectly timed right before Asmodee could get the final blowout.
And that might be one of the things Moxie wants with this high movement speed. You talked about that projectile property that Zariel's bringing. Nice recovery from Beware of Chair, but Moxie can now get into position a little bit easier because of that high movement speed.
Yeah, one thing I'm going to be looking for is against someone like Zariel, dashing and weapon throwing is honestly going to be one of your biggest friends. You know, if you see your partner getting caught up in something, you may not be in a position to actually be able to break it up, and that's where that weapon throw is going to save you. You're going to knock them out of it, they're going to have a chance to retaliate, and they'll still keep their stock and not get caught in these team combos, but your reaction times have to be on point.
Yeah, you got to do it just right to just peg him in the face with a weapon toss. Moxie does get taken out on the right side, but no team combos happened onto Roscoe while Moxie was respawning.
See, I don't know how that D-Light wasn't low enough, man. The sword players know better than me. Well, here we go. I mean, Beware of Chair.
Oh,
great job. That wasn't enough. Oop, goes up, must come down.
Similar direction, but not quite the same as the Orions. Roscoe is going to fall on the left side as Modi picks up the side sig, and Moxie and Roscoe are down to their final stocks here in game number 2.
Yeah, not looking great for them this time around. Granted, at least they were able to get a stock off Beware of Chair in this game, so clearly they are improving, but not at a fast enough rate if they want to be able to have a shot at the gold here. Another interruption. They are so ready.
Yeah.
Nice.
Beware actually saved Asmodee there. That was like a downlight side air asking to happen, and Beware just came in, downlight interrupted. Downlight recovery, Asmodee still holding on.
Okay, hold on here. We've seen some great plays as Modi gets the Sayer there.
No punish.
Moxie trying to look for something. Wow, okay, the side sig?
Go team combo.
Hold on.
Okay, down sig bounced a little high there, but Roscoe had some ideas of follow-ups.
Okay, but now this is in the realm of possibility. We'll see if the red team can make the adjustments fast enough. I mean, these juggles are coming out with the spear. You're not going to pick up that weapon? Okay, Moxie just a little bit late on it. Punch on his Modi. Hold on. They're standing by each other. That's how I like to see it, side by side. Stay next to your teammate.
Moxie doing a lot of weapon tossing here.
Yeah, you can
And
feel
just
it.
to pick up the spear.
The air is getting a little bit thicker. You can feel the sweats coming out.
That stress is building. Beware of Chair. Knows he's the most damaged person on the screen. He is playing behind Asmodi right now. Left side Asmodi gets the edge guard. Roscoe's done for. It's all left to Moxie in the 1v2 as he goes for the big damage play. He didn't think he had the KO potential for Beware of Chair.
Yeah, I like the idea. So I'm going to try to reset with this platform, get another D-Light, and then that recovery with KO. Hold on.
Okay. Eyes on the back of his head.
I appreciate it. That Sayer hits. That's wild.
Hope it's just a 1v1 against the person who won the Spring Championship.
Whoa, gotta be careful with your dodges here. As Modi just looking for the final blow, a D-Light recovery will be enough. Honestly, a neutral air will be enough as well. Gotta be careful for your Moxie, and there it is. D-Light into the neutral air is going to be the combo of choice. And as Modi and Beware of Chair take game number 2, albeit a little bit, no, a lot of bit closer this time around, but still coming out on top.
Not quite as convincing, sorry. Still, amazing damage put out all around. Moxie's really stepped it up, putting out 601 damage in that one. And as Modi threw out 11 signatures, 36% accuracy though.
Oof. Okay. So not as high as the last time that we checked it, but still, I mean, when they're hitting, they're hitting. Like, we've seen stocks be taken because of it, you know, and it's like, especially Gauntlet side sig seems to be one that's been really connecting. We've seen a few neutral sigs as well.
Like Bo neutral sig's also been really good.
Yes.
Sorry, I also have to point out Moxie's threw out 19 signatures and 42% accuracy. So I don't want to discount his efforts of signature usage, you know.
So close to half, but not quite. A little bit shy. Hold on now, and we're going into game 3. I mean, as Modi and Beware of Chair, they're trying to wrap this up. They said, let's put a bow on it and just hit send already. Send it to Santa's workshop. But we'll see if Moxie and Roscoe allow that one to happen.
And they got a grand finals match to go to, but like you said, Moxie and Roscoe really want to bring this one back. They want to get one on the board as the end sig, and the follow-up Beware of Chair was ready to catch the speeding bullet. That was Moxie.
And that just shows how much time you have. I mean, that's an axe Sayer. That is not a fast move, but just Zerial gives you so much time to recognize what's going on, put yourself in the right spot, and start lining up the hitbox that it doesn't even matter how slow it is.
Yo, but a nice read from Moxie there with that GC side sig, catching that backwards movement of Beware of Chair. Unfortunate, it did not lead to a KO, but both blue team members in the red could get taken out soon.
Gotta be careful here. We've seen a couple more unarmed neutralites coming out. Here we go. That's going to be a weapon throw. Potential edge guard, but the weapon throw! Okay, that means the blue team is going to be the victor of that exchange. And now as Modi and Beware of Chair looking like they might be able to wrap this one up 3-0. We have seen moments in the past where the red team have been able to really get a slew of momentum and bring things back. Is that going to happen here?
It's going to need to happen if they want to hold on, because Moxie is down to his final stock here in game number 3 before either of the blue team members have lost their initial stock.
Yeah, this one's looking tough. I mean, as Modi can get sneezed on at this point and probably lose the stock, but that just goes to show how well her defense is right now. They cannot touch her, and she's getting these signatures because people get jump happy in twos. Oh, that was the conversion that got interrupted. Thank the Lord there for the red team. They could not deal with that right now.
Okay, they do manage to take off the initial stocks of both blue team members. But you know what? It's technically only a 1 stock difference. That's the copium that I will provide.
Yeah. You know, we need something. Something to keep those vital signs going, whatever it is. Just put it on the drip. Hold on. But so far, I mean, we got it. They're trying to play better. They're trying to play smarter, a little bit slower. It might be too late. Oh, gosh. Can we get a turnaround? That's what they needed, but couldn't find it. Yeah, quick stock on Asmodi would do leaps and bounds here, but the red team is getting counterpunched way too often.
Roscoe's trying for sure. You can see as Modi getting launched to the top of the map by Moxie, but Roscoe is playing that edge guard on Beware of Chair. Future Lights come out. No one gets caught by the end sig, but the side sig, and that means it's all left to Roscoe in the 1v2 against the 4 stocks of the blue team. That's a burn dodge.
Yeah, got to be careful on the recovery. Uh-oh. Jeez. Oh, wait, hold on.
Let
yeah,
it
that's
happen.
good for you. Yeah, let her rock.
Watch the cutscene.
Let her cook.
Weapon toss to open up. Nice.
Oh, there's so much work to be done here, though.
What are you done now? Job's not done.
Oh, man. There's a lot to do. This is going to be tough for Roscoe here. It feels like it's only a matter of time. There's the blue team. And doesn't even, just snatches that one away. It says no recovery, no Sayer. I got to dunk this guy, all right?
Dude, it took offense to that taunt, really. The default taunt on me. Really well done from Asmodee and Beware of Chair. They're going to 3-0 their way through that one and walk on into the grand finals against Himwe and Sire. Or sorry, Hipka and Vey. What am I saying?
Wow. That is...
That's a Southeast Asian team.
I know. Shout outs to them, though.
Had the letter H in my head.
Man, what a losers finals. It was a bit one-sided.
Yeah.
Honestly, it was a bit one-sided. I think one of those matches was actually really close. I think it was game 2. It seemed like they had a shot, and I was kind of hoping they'd ride the momentum they had in game 2 to maybe bring out a game 3 victory and then try to get the reverse sweep from there. But as Modi and big homie Chair made it too tough, man. You gotta beware. You gotta beware
the chair, man.
of the chair, the sofa, the love seat, the throne. You gotta look out for it.
You are much more elaborate in your chair game than I had it, because in my head I'm picturing like WWE style, like a fold-up chair. That's like every time I think of Beware of Chair, like I'm in my head picturing just like a metal fold-up chair that you're just like doing headshots on them and whatnot. But no, you really like ran the IKEA gambit there.
Well, see, I feel like yours probably makes more sense, right? Because like,
I don't know, like you hit someone with a couch, that's probably gonna hurt.
I mean, yeah, like if you drop a throne on somebody, like I'm sure that's gonna do, like, I was thinking what would do maximum damage.
Yeah.
You know, but like, especially in terms of like what you can do in Brawlhalla, like you do have like Beware of Chair's windscreen is literally sitting on the throne. And so I was like, okay, like yeah, you got chaired, bro. But like, I don't know, what if it was like a bar stool?
Yeah.
That could still do damage.
That still hurt. I would not want to be hit by a bar stool.
Same.
Right now, Hipka and Vey looking to hit with everything because the viewer vote, 88%.
88?
That was a lot. Okay, it's not even close to even. 80-20?
Oh.
Wait.
Oh, 79. Hold on.
Believers.
Dang. All right. I think it's about to be a sweep. All right. Well, let's see if it's a sweep then. This is grand finals. We're going to have, as you mentioned before, Hipka and Vey versus Beware of Chair and Asmodee to go ahead and close out the region tonight. But of course, because this is grand finals, and I must say this every time there is a grand finals, if you are on the winner side of bracket in grand finals, you only have to win 3 games to win the entire tournament. Because guess what? You have not lost yet. But if you are on the loser side, this is denoted by the L you see next to Beware of Chair and Asmodee's name, you have to win 2 sets because you have to send the winning team down to loser's bracket.
Well, I can tell you blue team already looking a little bit better than we saw earlier on because Vey and Hipka were hitting those spear and sigs, but it's the spear recoveries that take down Asmodee's first stock. Good chase dodge from Beware of Chair, but can he convert the KO? Vey with the save for Hipka.
Okay, man. These double Orions are really, they're really starting to chef up. I mean, we already saw it before. They had some wild conversions, kind of conversions that remind me of like Coco and Spyrox. You know, like they were clearly just creating things on the go. But we will see. I mean, there goes the stock that goes down. But Hipka, oh nice. My gosh, I was like a teleportation into the blast zone. Like what do I even say?
It was the most exaggerated side swap possible.
Yeah.
Right? It's like end lights to the left for Asmodee to set up for that jump there.
There's just so much time.
Ooh. Got knocked into that down sig, though.
Yeah, this is going to be Sig Wars. And I'm here for it, man. Because Orion got some good signatures. That down signature on Spear, we know what it can do. That neutral signature, we've already seen what they can get with it. Pop. Yep. Nah, I liked it. I liked it. Had to do a reverse there, I think, or just do it from a little bit further away. But that was definitely possible to get a team combo true.
Yeah, definitely had a really good
Look
plan.
at the Sig Wars.
Lots of Sigs. As Modi throwing them all out, but it's Hipka who connects with the end Sig. Charge up.
Oh, man.
Caught them both.
I like it. It's a little bit degenerate, but that's the way I like to see it because they're good buttons. They're good buttons. And if you're not getting punished strongly for them, why wouldn't you throw them out? Boom. Get double punched.
Oh man, Hipka.
Jeez. Oh,
Okay.
gosh.
Not enough.
About to be. Hold on. Hold on.
He's still living.
Asmode's going to press the button. I'm waiting.
Oh.
Oh, just say it.
The softest button possible right
Yeah.
there.
Oh, I love these anti-airs from Asmode using the maximum range on that bow neutral light. You got to remember, it is a bow and arrow.
Catching him with those arrows. Although, with the way that she's been playing this Zarya, might as well just be a bow and celestial energy. The team combo as Modi comes in with the Sarah to keep Beware out of it, but that's her final action as the team combo again, and Beware of Chair is done for. Hipka and Vey take game number 1.
Oh man, yeah, that was good. I also love at the end of every game, Hipka and Vey, they get a pretty close to frame perfect unified Jiro GG.
Oh
You
yeah.
know? Yeah, it's pretty. I believe it's Jiro or Satori. I forget which one they got, but it's unified. They get that frame perfect pretty much every time. I love it. I love it. That's good sportsmanship.
They got that like ready and on lock. Here's that team combo.
Bing. Love that. And you just get to sit there and charge that Rocket Lance recovery throughout the entirety of that D-Light Sayer. It just really like gives you all that extra oomph you're looking for. Granted, I mean, as you were saying before, looking a lot better than they did in that winter set, but still ultimately coming out on bottom there. I think in terms of the Sig Wars, Asmode and Beware of Chair actually came out on bottom there.
Yeah, I mean, even just like in terms of Sigs thrown out. Asmode threw out 11, but right behind it was Hipka throwing out 10, but had better accuracy, 70% accuracy from Hipka versus the 55% accuracy from Asmode.
70% is wild. Wow, okay. So 7 out of every 10 Sigs that I throw out, they're going to hit.
Oh, but Asmode with the follow-up there. You saw Beware of Chair downlight and then just back away. Was like, all right, Asmode, you got the follow-up. I don't need, oh.
That's sad. Especially with the way that Vey just kind of like went for the aggressive recovery again and wasn't the best idea, but didn't manage to have a chance to get punished for it just because of a mismanagement of resources. So I'm sure this time around, Asmode and Beware of Chair are going to try to make sure it doesn't happen again. Things are still close.
Dang, Asmode's edge guard there against basically Vey and Hipka was actually pretty wild. Like the way she was targets. Oh,
No!
Beware with the end Sig. Vey still sitting on that first stock.
I get it, though. I get because they both just end-sigged right before that because clearly they were expecting like a jump or something. But it was like they went for the same thing twice and then caught each other.
Yeah, just a little bit of tragedy on the side of the blue team. Beware of Chair starting to throw out a lot
but
more
Beware
Sigs.
really wants the jump, and they're not giving it to you.
Yeah, the follow-up. What's the hit? Oh!
Hey, wow, what a spawn to help out there as well. Managed to pick up the GAT and send you packing.
Yeah, getting that extra oomph on that one instead of having just a nice little unarmed fisty throughout the Sigs for that. And slight stock advantage, but there's the team
Again.
combo.
I wonder there if a gravity cancel neutral sig from Orion would have been a better play. I wonder if it would have had more juice on it than going for the charge recovery.
Yeah, I don't actually know which one has better variable force, like charging the little bit of NSIG versus the charging recovery.
Either way, though, I mean, Hipka and Vey, once again, in the lead. Asmode and Beware of Chair not too far behind, but they just seem to struggle in getting the KOs first.
Yeah, just that slight deficit. Yo, the NSIG, but Asmode actually kind of helping out there. That would have spiked one of the red team members down.
It was tough. I think they decided that he wasn't maybe close enough to the side and thought it might be a ground bounce. Beware Chair has no dodge, and Beware Chair is gone, and now it's Asmode in the 2v1. This is a doable-ish 2v1, though.
Yeah, the thing that makes this most possible is the fact that Hipka is getting close to that KO percent. Man, she chase dodged real far.
Yeah, and you could see Vey went for the ground pound, wanted to go off stage with it, just ended up catching the corner. That would have been it for Asmode, so she gets another chance here. Double neutral air, which actually gets the stock and gives a chance to potentially get another one here. Going to burn all these resources, tries to catch the landing, can't. And a great stall, honestly, from Hipka there to not have the 2v1 happen. The neutral air is not enough.
Yeah, Hipka was very clearly like, I'm gonna stay up here as long as
Still not
possible.
enough.
And as Modi was like, all right, I'll wait down here for the respawn. But yeah, Hipka still sitting on that final stock despite being deep red. Good dodge down.
Jeez. Oh my gosh,
moving.
just staring left to right, left to right. Can't find a moment to get below them to go for a recovery.
Oh.
What a read.
Yep.
Jeez.
Just knew she was gonna jump right there, hit her with the side air, and Vey and Hipka are now up in a massive way, currently sitting 2-0, one game away from knocking Beware of Chair and Asmodi down and getting crowned the spring champions.
And they're making it look kind of free. You know, chat said, what was it, like 82% or something like that? You know, they had a high, I think it was in the 70s actually. They had a high votage percentage that Hipka and Vey were going to clean up Asmodi and Beware of Chair. I was not as convinced as the chat was. I thought that Beware of Chair and Asmodi might be able to make this a little bit harder to call, but with the way that they're deciding to start off this game, man, Hipka manages to get back to the stage there with a chase dodge. I'm like, can the blue team give me something? But Asmodi getting cooked here. We got to swap over to Vector, and I don't know if that's going to be the play. We got Illusion on the other side. Clearly, at this point, they're like, we just got to no, wait, forbidden signature?
If that worked against the N-Sig of Hipka, that would have been magical. But Beware of Chair does find the down sig, the Lucian classic, to take down Vey on the right side. They did make the double swap, that Vector and that Lucian.
Okay, yeah, no, if that down sig hit, I would have had to hit up Metagame Mike and be like, stop the experimental changes now.
Leave it as is, it's a perfect sig.
We just didn't know how to wield the power.
Ooh, downlight side air as Modi does not get hit by the recovery,
Oh.
but the N-Sig and the side air from Vey means that they have a stock advantage. Hipka healthy on that first stock.
Oh man, Asmodi and Beware of Chair are battered, beaten, bruised. They're like Buck from Call of the Wild. They don't know how to get out of this situation. They have so much to make up for. And it's not looking like they're going to be able to do it with a beautiful neutral sig. Hold on. Can Beware of Chair close out this edge guard? Nice. Asmodi comes with the assist, but
Not
the
done.
wall touch happens.
All
Oh,
right.
we're going high. High makes it so much easier to come out of this one alive. Yeah.
Gave
Oh
some
gosh.
help
Oh
there.
gosh.
As Modi gets away,
Oh,
Beware,
needs to be a
dare,
ground
nair.
Nice double.
Oh, and Hipka's gonna fall too. Both Vey and Hipka gonna go down to their final stocks off that dare from Asmodi. Now Beware and Asmodi have to get that extra credit. Again, the N6 from Hipka are not hitting.
Okay, hold on. I think Asmodi and Beware of Chair might have actually found something in this bizarre team of Lucian and Vector.
Uh-oh.
Or maybe not.
Beware's gonna
Nice.
fall. Vey still manages to get back
Oh,
up. Nice.
the double
Pogo.
Pogo! How are you supposed to react to that? You don't even know where your character is and you got comboed.
She was busy just thinking about how to get back, and like you said, 2 Pogo so fast. Like, I don't even know how you as the bottom person react to get the second Pogo.
You just know your partner's cracked, I guess, right?
Yeah.
It's like, he got it.
Like, it'll happen, it's fine.
Oh, man. Clearly wasn't the first time they've done it. Oh, man. This double spear play is immaculate. I mean, Asmodi and Beware of Chair had a pretty sizable lead there for a second, and the red team was just able to bring it back with the greatest of ease. And Asmodi trying to take people on a trip on her favorite
Nice.
rocket
Oh.
ship. Goes for a hard read there. Gotta be careful. This is a chance for the blue team, but they can't close out these corner guards. But as I say, that looks like Beware of Chair does manage to find one. Vey in the 2v1. The blue team would hate to throw this one away because it would mean throwing away their tournament. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vey's like, I want to pack this one up and go home the champion. Will this be the end? Or will Asmodi and Beware of Chair bring it to game number 4? And it's looking like it will be a game number 4. No,
Still
they don't
living.
edge guard. I can't believe they just let him come back.
They watched the weapon tosses miss and said, you know what, we're good. But he got back.
Stop
He hits
giving
the
them
Sarah,
chances.
but
Okay.
Beware hits a Sarah of his own. They hold on. They get one on the board.
Barely. Jeez. Jeez. Oh, let me get a replay on this. Yeah, that double down air from Asmodi was so clean. And I think there's like a down sig here from Beware of Chair. Yep, sniped them. Sniped them. Can't believe that move got buffed like 5 patches ago. I still remember. I still remember.
You keeping track, you're counting the patches. Like 6, it's still there. But, I mean, like, not a lot of damage. on anyone in that one. The highest was 461 from Hipka, the lowest 353 from Beware Chair. So relatively close numbers across the board, but really it was like so many offstage engagements, so many just like one hit to steal away that a little bit of movement and deny touches, and now we're going into game number 4.
Yeah, no, definitely like a much more efficient game, for better or worse. They were finding their KOs a lot earlier. I mean, look at Beware of Chair on this Lucian right now. I think they're starting to get it. Oh, fell out of that down air. Are you kidding me? Oh, this stinks. Oh, for Beware of Chair, imagine losing your stock off of that engagement, but luckily manages to make it back to the stage. I almost poured one out for him.
I mean, he still ate 2 Lance ground pounds to the face. Left side, as Modi almost takes out Vey. Vey with the turnaround. Goes for some more pogos. You're not seeing the N-sigs that happened so often in the last game.
Hold on now, Beware Chair.
Ooh.
Gets sliced.
Crisscross there. Recovery.
And we have applesauce to follow.
Down sig as Modi bringing the sauce there to punish the T-sig. Vey with a GC sideline could get the double, but as Modi keeping the pressure going, down sig from Hipka, and Vey will get back up safely.
Jeez, man, it is getting hectic out here. As Modi just air dodges into the stage, doesn't really have a mix-up option there. You can go for like maybe gravity cancel side sig as vector if you want, or maybe like gravity cancel D-light on bow, but you know, it's kind of cheeky at that point. Either way, no, wait, I caught. Oh, Orion. Orion. Clearly getting away with too much. This is why Artemis has been hunting.
Like, Beware's got to get frazzled by that. Nice GCN sig from Asmodi onto Hipka there on the right side. Downlight side air follow-up from Vey as Modi gets away from that N-sig, though.
Hold on. Yeah, this one's a nail-biter here as Asmodi and Beware of Chair swap the legends, and we're able to bring things back. The interruptions are wild as well as Modi with this Rocket Lance able to play ball quite better than I thought she was going to be able to, because these are clearly some Orion specialists here, but Beware of Chair and Asmodi trying to pave a way.
Oh, Beware trying to get that follow-up off the neutral light. Hipka and Vey chilling there. GC down sig, and that's a punish. Nice.
Hold on here. Oh, slice. Just sometimes you keep the options simple. Asmodi and Beware of Chair behind, but not by much. You can see Asmodi throwing out those vector down sigs. A very safe option to go for. Yeah, just do it again. It's like, it's the equivalent of Orion down sig. You know, they accomplish the same thing. And now there we go, neutral air off the top. We have ourselves yet another tight battle. If Hipka and Vey are able to win here, they do win the tournament. If, as Modi and Beware of Chair do this, we go to game 5.
They want that game 5. They're hungry for it. Beware tries to get the read off the Katars onto Hipka. Hipka goes to the outside, but blue team's got so much stage control. Hipka manages to get across to Vey.
Oh, as Modi trying to find these hits, finds one. This Rocket Lance play looking pristine. Whoa, the dash off D-light from Vey getting everyone tricky. But Asmodi has the power here right now. Beware of Chair also winning their own neutral engagements. I think the red team needs to sandwich up a little bit and get to— Oh, he got sniped! You gotta get the punish here. You gotta get the punish here. Don't let the save happen. That's gonna be a stock. It's a 1v1. Can Asmodi do it?
Clean 1v1. The decision between a win or a game 5. Asmodi falling Nair. Has a bow in hand.
Hipka recovery is all you need.
Spear.
But a down sig from Hipka.
No punish.
And there it is. Not enough juice.
It got hit. It's not as strong. Go
Another
again.
One.
And they hold on as Modi and Beware of Chair going to game 5.
Oof. Okay, now we got ourselves a match. I mean, look at the damage, 675 from Asmodi. She was cooking in that game, bro. She took everyone on a trip on their favorite rocket ship.
Going on a trip on my favorite rocket
ship. Going through the skies, what little line stars. Hey! And then the trap beat starts coming on. You know, that's actually one of— I listen to that trap remix often. I'm not gonna lie, yeah.
But Asmodi and Beware of Chair have got to be listening to their own anthems right now, because they're going to game 5.
Yeah, what do they listen to?
If they win this, they get the reset for another best of 5. Vey and Hipka want to deny that, because Asmodi and Beware of Chair are getting momentum.
Oh man, yeah, this Looking like it could be anyone's game right here. Luckily, if you're Hipka and Vey, I mean, I'm sure you'd love to end it now, but the one solace you do have is that second set. And so they're just thinking, I'm going to try to play as best as I can. If it goes to a second set, it does. You know, give props to your opponents, but I think they're still trying to get it out right here. But they are getting very risky off stage here. You can see wall slip coming into play. Hipka barely making it back onto the stage before eventually could potentially fall to their demise, but big chillin', nice.
Vey manages to get back as Modi's taking a lot of damage there. Beware, still trying to finish off these stocks in the edge guard, but he actually backs away from Hipka there as Modi puts himself in a vulnerable spot, but Vey actually catches Hipka with the side air.
Oh, weapon thrown to the corner. Nobody's down there. Nope. All right. Touch did happen, so we got to reset again. And gosh, the amount of lingering hitbox on the Sair catches as Modi a little unaware.
Clean rhymes, clean plays as his Modi hits the side air, and Beware still sitting on that first stock, deep red with this Lucian, and definitely wants those guitars.
Okay, what's the play going to be here as the blue team, as you mentioned before, coming up with momentum?
Keep
And we just
doing
got, you went for 3 in a row, and you said keep doing it, and delivery, whoa! Beware of chair, gets ground pounded by Asmodi, and then Asmodi gets dunked on and absolutely ruins the play that Beware of Chair was going for. And that honestly could have cost them their shot at the crown this championship. You got to maintain composure here somehow, because that was a monumental mistake.
Yeah, that was so tragic. Beware of Chair was like in the kitchen cooking, and Asmodi's like, you know what? I think this needs a little bit more salt, and just dumps the whole shaker in there.
The whole thing.
The whole thing.
Quite all the Old Bay. It's a little salty. Is that okay? Like, no, I cannot consume that. And now we have ourselves a really tough situation. Not unwinnable, though. They're slowly clawing back, but they could have been in a much more comfortable position. Nice little punch from Beware of Chair on that Sig. Not going to be enough to lead to a KO, but that down Sig will be. And hold on. I mean, Beware of Chair was cooking.
Okay.
It's still cooking, and I think they can bring this back.
Oh, they didn't get the stock onto Hipka, though. That means that they don't have that lead that they would likely want, considering as Modi got so damaged, considering she's on her final stock already. There's a dare, no follow-up potential.
You can see Beware of Chair, honestly, being really patient deciding when to throw out hitboxes, because he doesn't want to hit Asmodi. Asmodi, though, on the final stock, I mean, okay. This is a lot to ask for from Beware of Chair. I mean, you see that? They're like, you have to approach us. Oh, hold on. And he's like, all right, bet. Yeah, go to the other side. That's what I thought. Oh, no, that was not the read, but Beware of Chair going to bring it back.
Burn dodge.
Bide some time there. Nice. Yeah, we're going to wait in the corner, get slapped. And that's what you trade. When you're in the corner, you're like, all right, I want to play off stage. But if you have high damage like that, it means if you get clipped, whereas if that hit in center stage, he would have lived. Instead, he did not.
Where's movement, though? I loved that double chain dodge that happened there a hot minute ago. The weapon denial coming out from Vey and Hipka. They've got the double spear. We've seen their spear combos. Beware's going to try to play this edge guard.
How do you do this with blasters, though? I just feel like all the attacks take way too long to execute. Sair and maybe Sidelight are going to be the best ones for you. Neutral air, also a good one, pretty fast. But down air, I think, will take too long. You're going to get delighted by spear if you try to go for that.
Yeah, down air and neutral light are both very dangerous decisions to make with these blasters. Might want to make the swap, but you see Vey trying to deny it.
Oh, yeah, this one's looking tough. I would love to see Beware of Chair do it. Gets caught. That should be the game, and that is going to be it. Hipka and Vey are going to be your 2v2 Spring Championship champions, taking out Asmodi and Beware of Chair.
Really well done. And there you're seeing that final replay, that just slight misstep from Asmodi. And it's like so tough. I've been in the Asmodi shoes where I'm like, look, there's 3 bodies out there. 2 of them are bad. If I hit, I have a 1 in 3 chance of this being a bad idea. But unfortunately, it was just that one dice roll. Very unfortunate, but congratulations to Vey and Hipka. Amazing plays with the double Orion.
Man, yeah, no, I feel you. Like, it's hard not to look at that game and think that might have been the catalyst, but I mean, they were trying to claw their way back into the match. Didn't go the way they wanted, I'm certain, but an immaculate showing nonetheless. I mean, especially in comparison to how the set went on winner's side, where they kind of got mopped up. In this set, they were able to hang on a little bit.
Really solid plays again. Congratulations to Vey and Hipka. Congratulations to Asmodi and Beware of Chair. And then, of course, congratulations to Moxie and Roscoe with that third place finish. Some great plays. Doggo and Raigundas, of course, with that fourth place. But again, we're not done. We've still got SEA tonight. We've still got EU tomorrow, South America tomorrow, and then, of course, North America.
Yes.
So lots of spring championship action still going on.
Very excited. I personally haven't had a chance to cast Southeast Asia in a hot minute. And it's definitely one of my favorite regions. So I'm very curious to see how things are going down over there and shaping up to be. And of course, EU, always phenomenal. They got amazing storylines going on over there. NA, also amazing storylines. South America, honestly, I mean, I think to no one's surprise, I think to me and like a lot of the commentators for Brawlhalla have a pretty strict bias towards South America in terms of just the way that they play and how that gameplay can really ensue. And so I'm really looking forward to that. But those are in the coming days. Southeast Asia's tonight. So that's what I'm looking forward to in the immediate future.
I'll give you some good info before you get into that. Of course, I'll leave this for you when you get there. But Himwe and Sire, I talked about them on accident in our last set. Guess what? They're not together.
Oh.
So it's not even a team anymore. It's Sire and Vortex who are here. Ascent and Reaper.
Okay.
Jerry K. Thought Himwe Arrow are actually playing together. And then you also have, Serenity GTG, Keith, and I can't see his teammate's name because his name's too long, Compton and Chaos Time. Shoutouts to the Japanese players. And then La Plum and Yunpyo.
Japanese players, huh?
Unfortunately, they're out, but shout outs to because they played in the Japanese Invitational. So I've been following Compton, or I think it's technically like Kamuchin with the kanji. But either way, love to see some Japanese representation because you don't get to see it a lot.
Nah, they definitely got some killers over there for sure. I'm like definitely excited to see kind of how they come up there because man, like they're just so they're fresher. But clearly, like, they know their stuff, right? And every region ends up developing in their own way. Clearly, South America is different from EU. It's different from North America. It's different from Australia. And so, like, I'm really curious to see, you know, how they're able to square up in the Southeast Asia region. But I'll be able to figure that out later because they didn't make it further in bracket. Yeah. But the people that did are going to be the ones we're going to be talking about. So is there anything you want to say to the people before we go ahead and throw to a quick break before we hop into Southeast Asia?
Thank you all for watching. We, of course, got Southeast Asia here in just a little bit. Stick around. You're not going to miss it. Again, Southeast Asia, an amazing region to watch. So much cool stuff can happen. And, of course, so many change-ups can happen. So we're going to take a short little break. And when we come back, we'll be bringing you that top 4 of the Southeast Asian Spring Championship. You don't want to miss it.
What's poppin'?
Red team goes for the neutral light. Ooh, the pass. And Roscoe's actually going to survive because that side air. But left side, the NSIG and Moxie's going to be done for off the weapon toss.
Accurate representation of how much you're contributing. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most direct way. As that NSIG takes out Roscoe. Oh, Moxie.
Oh, my God.
But still, Roscoe's he's going to be done for here.
Wow.
Go.
Whoa.
Go, come on.
Do an aggressive recovery to the left. What if it missed? Are you confident you would have made it back?
Stock here. Moxie with a trade out. Oh,
man.
Okay. Oh, very challenging. Oh, combo. Okay, wait. He's still what?
I was about to say, I almost had that one.
Would have dodged that.
Oh, what? No shot. Not enough juice on that ground pound. Vey looking pretty healthy. Combo. No shot. Like, bro. Not like this. Ooh, weapon.
Not the extremes. It's not those long combos. Side sig launch to Beware of Chair is focused on getting back. And another save from Doggo. Right gun does. Can't get back. But he touches. He's back. Down to their final stocks. Blue team cannot relax. Beware of Chair with the intense edge guard. Right gun does again. The save. But it's not enough. Chair utilizing that range that the Blasters provides.
Oh, and there we go again. Lines it up. Wait, this edge guard about to shape out. Oh, as Melody goes deep. And the dunk from Dan. Be tough for Roscoe here. Feels like it's only a matter of time. There's the blue team.
And doesn't even know celestial energy. The team combo as Modi comes in with the Sarah to keep Beware out of it, but that's her final action as the team combo again and Beware Wave chair starting to throw out a lot
but
more
Wave
frames.
really wants the jump, and they're not giving it to him.
Follow up. What's the hit?
Bang.
Oh! 40 gets away.
Oh.
Aware. Dared. Air.
Nice double.
Oh, and Hipka's gonna fall.
Needs to sandwich up a little bit and get. Oh no! Oh no! Oh! As Moby on the final stock. I mean,
Oh! Swap it. T-Bay trying to deny it.
ooh. I would love to see the wave chair do it. Gets caught. That should be the game, and that is going to be it. Hipka and Vey are going to be your 2v2 Spring Championship champions, taking out. What is poppin', Brawlhalla? We are back with more spring 2v2 championship action. This time we're taking a dive into Southeast Asia as the region. I, of course, am Flambeau, joined by the magical Taza. Taza, how you doing?
I'm doing great. Excited to be casting some Southeast Asia doubles. And we're getting right in the top 4 as we get into the spring championship here with Jerry K and Thota in the winners finals against Sire and Vortex, and Keith and Tiger versus LaPlum. And I think that was Yunpyo. I can't see the name on the start.
No, I feel
check it out a little bit. We'll have the bracket coming up. This will be really exciting. I'm really interested to see what Southeast Asia has locked in for doubles going into springs now that winters has passed. There's been a little bit of a balance patch, things like that. You look like you got a thought.
I mean, I just read Tiger's partner's name.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Keith the Poo-Poo.
Keith.
Yeah.
The Poo-Poo. I could say Keith the Poo-Poo. Keith the Poo-Poo.
That's right. Yeah.
Keith the Champ as well.
Or just Keith.
Or Keith.
Yeah.
I kind of like Keith the Poo-Poo, though. I can call.
All right. Okay. We got it. All right. That's how you say it.
All right.
That's cool. Well, then let's get right into it.
Keith the Poo-Poo.
Really interested to see what characters they're picking. I mean,
anyway,
you're enjoying the tags and stuff.
I really
am.
am.
Much. Yeah, that's something. Yeah, no, Keith's really good too. He wins quite a bit. There was like a funny moment where there was an update to our word filter and it flagged his name. Yeah, and we had to fix it. It was like a 24-hour fix. I'm sorry, Keith. We got back to it. It was just like one day, woke up as Brawler. That was too bad. Well, he's back to Keith the Poo-Poo. But we're not having him here in this first game. We're going into winners finals where we've got Jerry K and Thota going up against Vortex and Sire. Vortex and Sire's had a really close 3-2 in the winners semis, but Jerry K and Thota actually had a pretty good time getting this far, having a 3-0 in winners semis to get to this position. And it was looking like we're having a lot of sword going into this head-to-head.
Yeah, I feel like, even from what we saw in Australia, we had a fair amount of sword. Also, spear seems to be the other one that's been extremely popular. We got a lot of Orion in the other region, and I'm not surprised, honestly. Some characters I expect to keep seeing. Kaya, Bryn, Orion. Hattori.
Yeah, and those have been staples for a bit. Although I feel like when I really think about it, it was BCX that kind of put Spear as this is the new meta weapon, and it hasn't really left, has it? It's I feel like no matter what's been happening in the balance changes, all the talk about boots, there's this chatter about Lance and how Sarah's broken and stuff, but Spear seems to be what a lot of players are picking their staple legends around in both singles and 2v2s.
Yeah, which I think makes sense, especially because post BCX is when all the gauntlet nerfs hit, and people were pretty unified. Gauntlets are busted, and then they got toned down a little bit.
And Spear was on the up and up already.
Spear was on the up and up. Stingray was saucing, and then Katars are also pretty good. But it looks like we're going into game 1 of Jerry K and Thought versus Sire and Vortex, and so far, looks pretty even.
Yeah, Miami Dome opening, pretty interesting. We'll see how that works out here. It's like a moment where I'm like, well, if everybody's playing Spear, I guess they might as well all try to avoid the downlight on that top plat. That's why we would go to this stage first here. We'll see how that plays out as Sire's going off with Kaya on the bow, or Pearl in this case. Nice gravity cancel silent and chase dodge recovery on Jerry K. That was an incredible combo off the top. And Thought trying to get back on Vortex here. Real scrap at the very beginning of this game. Let's see who goes down first. It looks like both teams' Hattoris are vulnerable. Jerry K is the first one to go. Let's see if they can get the revenge knock on Vortex.
Okay, and Thought, oh wow, just absolutely ruined the partners combo there, because Thought threw out 2 side sigs in a row. Yeah. One of them burning the dodge to do it, and there was a huge opportunity for punish there, but it's not going to be found. But that's okay, because the blue team is absolutely cooking that weapon throw for the follow-up into the reverse recovery. Some cute stuff coming out here.
Yeah, I like what the blue team was setting up with the platform too. Vortex did a neutral light underneath the platform, and then Sire fell down with a side air. And in that time, Sire was there to ready up for the alley-oop. He didn't need it because the knockback was just strong enough there. But they take a lead 6 stocks to 4, and their game plan is not really shattering, even though their damage is really high on these first stocks here. Sire goes off to the side of the stage, waits for Vortex to get back, and once he picks up a weapon, fights his way through, and he gets that recovery, neutralite, side air, barrels through the stage. Sire's still taking to the front lines despite having all this damage. They're playing incredibly strong.
Yeah, no, this is looking real good for the blue team, just now losing their first stocks. But Thought and Jerry K are trying to bring this one back. The Prince Zuko here coming down with these neutral airs, these chops. But on the other side of the screen, you can see Sire going in on Thought as well.
Ooh, Thought goes in with the gauntlets here. Nice job being staying stacked on the, oh, that was interesting. A team combo accidentally with his opponent. Gets some good damage on there. But Jerry K is the one that is the weak link at this point. I mean, he gets the recoveries through, but even if he takes no damage at all, he's still behind that stock. He has to get something back here. And Jerry K, okay, that's what he was looking for. Gets the knockdown on Vortex. Team combo and a Sire. No! He's too late on the down light. That was perfect from that angle on the gauntlets there, too.
Oh, man, yeah. I mean, at this point, you know, the stock count is even. Jerry K seems to be doing a good job at mitigating damage taken. But despite that, I mean, I'm not really sure where this one's going to go. That delay recovery is not enough to KO. Kaya defense really is something else.
Yeah, and Jerry's actually done exactly what I was like saying he needed to do in that situation, being that far behind on stocks. He got a knockout. He didn't take too much damage himself. Thought is down to one stock, but Sire could go down very quickly here as well. Now is the area where the red team's going to be a little afraid, though. That side light and the gravity cancel down light, even though it whiffs, Jerry's still taking a ton of damage. Okay, 1v2 opportunity on Vortex, and he pogos his way out to safety.
Okay, and this is starting to look a little haphazardous perhaps for the red team as that stock almost dissipates from Jerry K here. Not going to be able to take too many more of those. And on the other side, you can see Thought trying to give some assistance, but they both don't have weapons. This is the worst spot to be if you're on the red team. Looks like Jerry K manages to pick one up and then immediately perishes with it. So now we have Thought trying to do it alone.
Yeah, Thought gets 2 ground pounds, goes for the third. Down air, falling down. Okay, Vortex and Sire giving Thought some chances. Okay, I don't know what it is about going for 3 there.
Yeah, tried to go for a triple shoulder. You could complete ladder combo. Neutral signature is going to be enough.
Oh man, that neutral signature comes through. This is a pretty big comeback for game number 1. Thought gets the D-Light Cider. There's no way, Flambeau. Game number 1, sidesing off the platform. Sire has no jumps to make it back. And even the Brawlhalla announcer cannot believe it. Thought takes the 1v2 comeback. And all off of the back of Jerry K really pulling his weight there on that last stock. He was super behind the entire game. He held in there. He did a ton of damage, took the stocks back, and gave Thought an opportunity to be able to get this comeback. And what a great usage of Val's sidestick there on the platform.
Yeah, I think that's the part that made it tricky, right? Like I was already a little bit worried just because by the nature of kind of the way that he was playing, I was like, wow, you picked some really like wild options.
What, the triple ground pound and the triple recovery?
Triple ground pound, triple recovery. I'm like, if I'm going up against you, I'm terrified because I don't know what you're about to do. But going for the side stick off the platform, normally when you're thinking about, oh man, is Val going to side stick me, you're thinking about off the base platform. You're not really thinking of the side platforms like that. So definitely, I mean, you even saw a jump up and a weapon throw diagonally down. You're not expecting to be covered from above like that.
And in addition to what you're talking about, Thought was going for a lot of just wake up immediate attacks unarmed.
Yes.
And that was the first instance where he sat on a platform, waited to see what his opponent would do, and then hit him with an attack. And so he really mixed up the tempo of that 1v1 towards the end there. Overall, just really well played. They're running it back to Miami Dome. A little interesting to me. I mean, I guess it makes sense. I think if you're the blue team, you're just kind of like, okay, we won that game. That was our game to lose, and we gave it up. Let's go back, stick to our game plan, and don't let it crumble. Because at the very start, I was talking about how I felt like blue team's game plan looked really great. Oof. And then it just fell apart as the stocks got lower and lower.
Yeah, no, it was like one of those, it was a skill issue moment. You know, the stage definitely, I'm sure, had its amount of impact in the match, but ultimately it came down to, can my team execute properly? And they just kind of crumbled a little bit toward the end of that first game. And in this game number 2, we can see things are pretty even. The first stock does go down on Thought though. And honestly, if I'm the blue team, I'm feeling pretty happy about that.
Oh, man. Okay, Jerry K avoiding a lot of damage there. That neutral stick was really trying to hunt him down. Thought does get some damage through onto Sire. Weapon throw, pick up, reverse nair. All right, Sire doing some great work on a Thought on the second stock. Jerry and Vortex both fighting to see who can hold on to the stock the longest. A spear neutral air is not going to knock out anytime soon. There he goes. Blue team takes the lead once again. And this is like almost the exact same situation that we had from game 1.
Yeah, no, definitely keeping things similar. I mean, we are going to see a stock go down. Vortex there. Sire still has 3. Nice little team conversion there to add up extra damage. It's super worth it on a character like Kaya because Kaya it's hard when Kaya is like in the orange to convert right into a KO. She can just take so many more hits that you have to like go for a few more and then look for it. And so team combos in that situation are highly worth it.
Okay, D-Light recovery. Take Sire down, finally.
Nice chop. Whoa.
Now let's see what they can get on the Vortex. Miami Dome has been like giving them a great extra platform to play around when they're in these situations where they're waiting for one of their teammates to respawn after losing a stock. I haven't really seen any, at least between these two teams, a moment where it's like, okay, it's the 2v1. What are they going to do? Well, they're just trying to get away. And it's
right.
working.
Oh, man. Speaking of working here, the red team getting worked themselves as Thought yet again the first one to lose the second stock, following in the pattern that they set for the first stock. So Thought, despite being able to do the 2v1 in the last game, it seems to be trailing behind. It seems like the blue team is focusing up a little bit more on them. And it's been paying off here. So we're going to see if they're able to come out on top. A nice little equalizer.
Oh, and it could be the lead here again, Flambeau. It's Thought on this last stock.
Nice.
Jerry K goes off the top. Sire, okay. Team combo here is exactly what I was saying we weren't seeing, and Vortex doesn't gravity cancel the downlight, doesn't get the team combo to finish, but still a ton of damage while Jerry K was making it back to the stage. So that could be the difference maker here in game 2, bringing it to a game 3. It's just up to what happens to Vortex's stock, because Sire, while living as long as he's living, if Vortex goes down here, a 1v2, okay, this could be huge. Jumps away. He's so good at pogoing out of danger, but that downlight,
Nice.
Saved by Sire. Huge side air.
Yeah, just punch them in the face to get off my mans. Hold on now. Ooh, sick conversion off of that stray hit as well. And you can see Vortex and Sire are looking to close this one out. Honestly, I'm trying to get rid of Thought, bro. After what happened the last time, I don't want that person on my screen anymore.
Yeah, they don't seem to be really focusing. Okay, there it is. The side air comes through, but I think they're just trying to keep both of their opponents out of center stage. Hold on to that. They know that they've got a lead in damage. Ground pound, though, comes out, and that's pretty risky from Sire. And this is the situation where, honestly, I give the favor to red team. Even though the lead's in blue team, I feel like in this scrappy nature of this area, okay, no, still not enough. Jerry K goes down. Weapon throw does hit, but we watched what happened last time here, Flambeau.
Yeah, I'm like, are they sweating, though? Maybe a little bit less because
There's no way.
If that KO'd.
I thought that was going to do it. You got stuff recovery as well.
That should be stopped.
D-Light recovery off of the side light. What a interesting team combo there. I've never really seen sword downlight off of bow side light before, but I'll take it, right? Like that was I can't believe that Neutral Stick didn't do it. Stuff recovery and everything. Thought I'd almost stole another game away.
Yeah, no, if that NSIG was enough, that would have been Thought I would have done it. I believe. I believe.
Oh, yeah, like if it just knocked out straight up from the neutral signature, yeah. I was ready for it to happen again, too. That was too bad, but they aren't down 0-2 in this set because of that first 1v2 victory. So the set score line is 1-1. Miami Dome banned away by Thought this time around now that they have stage striking in their advantage. So they're kind of like, okay, game number 1, we got a little fortunate there. And game number 2, it's clear that if we keep going back here, I think it's going to be in our opponent team's advantage. So they're switching it up, moving to, I think, a single plat stage?
Yeah, we're going to Apocalypse.
All right, yeah. Apocalypse, definitely just like, I never really look at Apocalypse and say, this favors one team or player in general. It's certainly one of the more standard maps when it comes to Brawlhalla. And here we go, into game number 3. Thought let's see if, what I would like to see, as great as the red team has been in these like last stock situations, I'd like to see them be able to bring the blue team into a situation where they're trying to fight out of that last stock situation, because game 1 and game 2, I think were very handedly blue team's game to lose. In both cases, even though one of them they did end up losing, they were in control the entire time.
No, I'm inclined to agree. It was definitely like they have consistently in both games been the ones to be on top in the closing moments of the game, and then it's a matter of whether or not they allow a comeback to happen or if they just play cleanly. And speaking of playing cleanly, I mean, they almost had a clean edge guard sequence right there. They managed to get 1. I think there was a way for them to finesse 2, but I think they're pretty happy with 1.
Yeah, it ended up being a thing where Vortex stacked on top of Sire after that ground pound. They couldn't follow up too much afterwards. Sire does go down to the left. Jerry K, the healthiest here on those 3 stocks. Vortex goes down. Red team finally takes the lead for the first time in the set. but let's see if they can hold on to it. Jerry K's been having a better and better performance as the games have been going on. That was a nice, quick team combo there. D-Light Cider into neutral signature. Tech on even more damage here, and Jerry still not really at risk of going down. He's going to take a really strong signature hit to go down at this amount of damage. You see him surviving that Cider just fine.
Oh, and you can see Jerry going ahead, getting that down light, but immediately gets interrupted and swatted off of the screen. You can see Thought trying to bide some time in the corner here. Gets a nice little retaliation. Gets caught by the ground pound, though, and still has the recovery, I believe.
Does he go for the save?
Nice.
Okay.
Ooh,
and
perfect.
Vortex ready with the side air off of that recovery. Really smart. Thought ends up going down to one stock super early on here, and they get the team combo to Vortex. Let's see if they can take down Sire as he's on his way back to the stage. Both in control of the center here. Nice stop by Thought. Recovery comes through. Double recovery.
Ooh.
Vortex goes down. And now Sire, who was the most damaged at the start of all of this, is the second to go down for the blue team to those last stock.
Yeah, with the way this is playing out, I wouldn't be surprised if this ends up being one of those sets that goes to a Game 5 because there's a lot of back and forth action that we're becoming witness to here. And we're already seeing that based off of the trajectory of this one, the red team might be able to come out on top with another one. But if Thought goes down first, that may not be the case because the 2v1, how does that not hit? It hits Sire instead.
It goes right around Thought's head and ends up hitting his teammate. Okay, team combo, Jerry K, but he slides too far with the neutral signature. All right, huge team combo opportunity for red team that turns into Jerry K getting hit. Now, this is Jerry K's second stock, but Thought is the most damaged on the screen right now, and two players are fighting him off stage. Vortex, can he make it back? The save comes through. Thought does not get the alley-oop there. The neutral sig comes through, and Vortex holds on to dear life, as this is the reversal that I was hoping to see. I mean, it's a lot closer than I feel like the red team would want, but this is that situation where...
No shot.
Wow.
What a snatch. What a snatch. Vortex and Sire. And that's the thing about Spear. You know, that D-Light into Sair or recovery has a little bit of startup time. I'm not going to say it's the longest combo in the world, but it's enough. I mean, we're going to be able to see it right here in the replay.
Yeah, I think Jerry was in position to launch in. Because, yeah, Sire gets the hit on Thought, and it was because Vortex went in to jump into Sire that Jerry was able to actually pick both of them up. And then Sire lands right back into another downlight. That was all the back of Jerry watching for Thought and being like, okay, I'm going to wait for either you to win in neutral here or get caught by something that's like, so I can come in, interrupt, and get those finishing blows. And that's exactly what he did. And he did it really, really well.
Yeah, it's one of those scenarios where I think maybe the safer play is to weapon throw. You know, if you're like scared of like, because I think in that scenario, you know that a D-Light recovery or Sair from your partner is going to KO.
Are you talking about on the landing or before that happened?
So when the D-Light occurs, right? Because what happens is Sire jumps into it and gets scooped up, right? It's like, I think you throw your weapon at the other team members so that they don't interrupt.
Oh, and just completely interrupt everything that's going on there and reset it. Yeah.
Not even interrupt it, just stop him from interrupting your partner getting the KO. Is what you got to do.
I understand. Yeah, jumping into the fray is not the greatest look there.
Right.
And that's exactly what happened.
And it's tough because it's like, I think for most people, myself included, like my thought process when my teammate gets a hit is immediately, how do I get in position to follow up? You know, like I'm looking to see how can we get the sick team conversion. But alternatively, what if that wasn't the case? What if the better option was just to let my teammate do what they were doing and let them live?
Yeah.
But it's hard. You got to make split-second decisions.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And in that case, the split-second decision was to jump into the downlight, and, well, things didn't work out for them very well. That means Jerry K and Thought are up 2-1 in this winner's final. Winner of this goes in the winner's side of Grands, a really nice spot to be if you're aiming to win the spring championship. And Jerry K and Thought, however, are looking like they're struggling here as they go over to the Fortress of Lions for game number 4, another single plat stage. This one with the column in the bottom of the stage. But yeah, Vortex and Sire are right back to form. This is how we saw them start off games 1, games 2. The only game that they didn't really have a strong start on was game number 3. But they're holding on to this pretty well.
Yeah, no, this is looking pretty clean here. I mean, we're watching these two teams go at it. The blue team, though, looking a lot more poised. This Akuma looking very, very happy despite losing that first stock right there. And Vortex on the other side with the Hattori. Getting pogos off conversions, off straight hits.
Ooh, nice recovery on the way back. Jerry K gets a good side air. Nice nair and recovery onto Sire as well. Thought I gets the knockout. Finally on the Vortex. Good team opportunity here onto Sire. Nope, can't get it. Vortex ends up getting him with the neutral air on the way back to the stage, and Sire goes to safety. And this is still really excellent for the blue team. I mean, this is the best that has looked for them so far. Neutral light into alley-oop, good side air. Edge guard forces the dodge. They switch right back over to Jerry K, and Thought I could go down to one more D-light recovery. This is going great for the blue team.
Oh, what a charge there. Let's go for the goal shorty.
Oh, he doesn't make it back, and he gets the alley-oop up. That's crazy that they're able to follow up off of that, and he gets the double knockout credit for that too because he had just finished edgeguarding Jerry K, who wasn't able to dodge back to the stage. This is the most dominant lead so far. They're going to need some really quick team combo stocks to be able to bring this back, I feel like.
Yeah, I feel like Thought has kind of been neutralized. I was very scared of Thought in Game 1 and going into Game 2 in the beginning, but now it seems like the blue team has been able to tame that beast pretty controllably and have been very comfortably just playing this game number 4 without issue. I'm very curious to see what adjustments are going to be made from Jerry K and Thought here. I mean, throw out a couple of SIGs, that'll bring things back to even, but they do have a huge damage deficit to make up for it. And they make
Vortex
up for it
goes
quickly.
down. Yeah, and this is looking tough. Let's see here. Thought gets the neutral light on the sword. Anything else? No, not really. Jerry K, I mean, like, you have, okay, team combo time, Flambo. Oh, they had both of them. They had both of them.
They let it rock. Hold on now. Comes down with the ground pound. It's not going to hit. There we go. Neutral sig coming up. Also not going to connect. Honestly, Jerry K and Thought have brought this all the way back. I thought Sire and Vortex would have been able to bring this back by now. But hold on. Nope. Thought still has something here. They have set up the 2v1 successfully. But we've seen Thought do this before in this very same set. Throws out the neutral signature.
Oh. All right, that was a little rough because his teammate got caught.
Yeah, you got to go for Sire first here.
D-light Cider doesn't get the Cider off of that. Okay, one more opportunity from Thought. Uses the weapon throw to cover his head.
And caught it.
Oh, the neutral stick can come through there again. They're thinking about it now. That Thought shown that he can do it.
Yeah, they're like, oh, please not again.
Oh, and there it was.
What? And you saw it went for the second hit, so it did connect at some point. It did connect at some point. That was bizarre. That's rare.
That I wasn't even thinking about that.
Yeah.
But you're absolutely right.
Somebody.
Yeah, that was.
Because otherwise, it would have just stopped on the first part of the animation, but the game registered that it hit somebody there. I'm not entirely sure what happened.
Okay, yeah, I need to look at that again. I really was just kind of like, yeah, that's probably, I've just been watching too much Thea, right? I've been watching too much Boots Neutral Sig, and I'm just like, yeah, that's how that move works, right? Oh, no, we're going to get that replay right there. Yeah, that was a huge pickup with the downlight there off of that knockback because he was flying for that to be caught. D-light recovery off the top was really solid, and yeah, we got it right at the end, so we don't get to see where the hit was, but
Oof,
that was a cool side sig too, honestly. Yeah. I was wondering, I wonder if he was hoping, because sometimes with the side sig there as Val, you're like hoping that you can get, because there's like a little bit of a jump at the start of the side sig, and
right,
you can
get like a little cut onto the stage,
and you'll go straight forward, and it looks like from that spacing that's what he was trying to do.
I think that's what he was going for. I think it would have hit too, is the other part, so that was a little rough. Definitely, you know, pouring out for Thought. But the thing is, they got another game, so it's whatever.
Yeah, game 5.
Whatever. They can just win harder.
It's been an interesting set in the sense that no team has really gotten a handle on the other. It feels like whoever's got the momentum at the very start of the game is just going to carry it all the way through, barring an exception like Thought getting that 1v2 clutch. And after that first game, it doesn't look like Vortex and Sire are interested in letting that happen ever again.
Yeah.
So they're playing a lot more carefully around that. And it looks like some last-minute legend swaps are coming out here for Sire with that Bodvar for game number 5. That's very interesting.
Okay, wow. I'm like,
because that's a switch off of the win, right? That's why it's interesting to me.
It's interesting to me because I was like, when was the last time you saw Bodvar meta relevant?
Well, I mean, Southeast Asia and Australia tend to pick Bodvar still, despite the fact that everybody thinks Hammer's not a weapon anymore. I'm thinking about Himway in particular, but yeah, it's been a bit. It's been a bit. Bodvar is used to be everywhere.
Yeah, no, Bodvar used to be that dude. I mean, poster boy of Brawlhalla, saw him on every billboard, and then one day he just got replaced like he was Saul Goodman or something.
Yeah, Hammer just was like, nope, Spear is the new Hammer. Hattori, you're up. That was Hattori's never really not been up, I guess.
I had to pass the torch over like they were All Might. Well, there we go, going into game number 5. Good chops coming out from Jerry K with that sword, trying to blade him down. And doing a pretty decent job. We've got all sword everywhere right now. This is just one big sword fight.
Ooh, yeah. Sword side air coming through on Jerry K. There's the hammer being picked up. Let's see if Sire can get the edge guard there with the side air. Doesn't get it. Falls with the side air once again. Neutral sig not getting the landing either. Thought really good with these landing ground pounds in these panic situations. But no stocks have gone flying just yet. Blue team in the advantage. Let's see if Thought I can make it back. Can Jerry K make it back? They're both just barely surviving. Gravity cancel neutral. It's not going to do it. So many of these hits barely not knocking out, and a scoop from Sire will finally get it. And this is that situation, Flambeau, where I'm like, okay, unless anything dramatically changes, I'm ready to say that Blue team is at a really good position going into this game number 5 because they've got the 6-4 stock lead.
And we're going to see, I don't think they're too far ahead, but now as, we're talking, they're kind of pushing it a little bit further. And now I'm starting to become a believer in your gospel because they are clearly cooking right now. I mean, there we go. Red team finally able to get their first stock, but at what cost right now? All right. This is looking bad.
Fast falling, yeah.
This is looking B-A-D.
Yeah, Jerry K is very behind. And Thought doesn't even have a lot of health behind him as well. That side sig goes through, it gets punished. We're seeing the red team in this position on the right side of the stage a lot as Vortex and Sire are really cleaning up their gameplay here. Falling side air comes through. Jerry K does get something, and that doesn't even knock out Vortex. Let's see if they can punish Sire on the way back, but no, they really just don't do anything with their stage advantage. And Vortex does go down, but they've taken a ton of damage while doing it.
Yeah, it looks like Jerry K and Thought, oh no. Both are down, so can't forget about that. I know you haven't seen him in a minute, but he still got it.
Ooh, both sword down lights. Don't catch Thought. But the neutral light will. Down light side air, that will be the stock. It's 4 stocks to 2. This is the most dominant we've seen. And you're talking about, don't forget about it. Oh, man.
No shot. What?
Rode the wall with the spear recovery so that the unarmed downer wouldn't be able to do it. But that stock comes through. Yeah, I mean, it's been a while in the hammer, right? We were just talking about that. Oh, okay, the recovery comes through, and that could cost a lot. Sire goes down, and if they could get an early stock on the Sire here, I feel like that's their one win condition. Thought going crazy on the gauntlets, and I respect it. You gotta go for the risk there in that situation.
Yeah, it was possible. It was not probable, but it was possible. But now the possibility has been eliminated as Vortex and Sire move on 3-2, and they're gonna be sitting pretty in the good old grand old finals. Oh yeah, that was good. That was good. You can get a replay right here. The D-Light's there. I like that he doesn't jump there because he realizes that's the thing about Sword D-Light is like the seasoned Sword player will know whether or not they have to jump or not.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You got to know whether or not you're going to jump or not. So, and then we're going to see the last final moments here. A little weapon throw. Boom, Kobe. Rest in peace.
Yeah, really nice edge guard there with the weapon throw as well. And well played coming out from Siren Vortex. I wonder why the Bodvar didn't really come in from the very start, but I mean, they got it there, right? You get that win, you get that game 5 victory over Jerry K and Thought, and they're going to move on to grand sides of winners, and they're going to be waiting for the winner of the next match here in top 4, which is Keith the Poo Poo and Tiger going against the Plume and Yumpyo. I think that's their name. I can't, it's cut off. I just had trying to remember.
Yes, no, I mean, we could click the boom.
Yumpyo. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, okay, cool.
You got it.
I haven't really casted, I've casted plenty of Keith and Tiger. When it comes to the Plume and Yumpyo, I have not seen them very much.
Yeah.
So I'm excited to see what this comes through here because Tiger's teamed with a lot of the different players in Southeast Asia. I don't recall how long he's been with Keith, but I know that they're 2 of the best players in the region. So this is going to be an interesting matchup for sure.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, it's been interesting watching the meta in Southeast Asia develop. Just because there was a time, similar, same thing with Australia, where you would tune in to Southeast Asia and Australia, and it would be the same few people in the top 3 every single time. And
yeah, with Tiger basically
always a factor,
yeah,
you know. or like Kyler Alice for a long time. It was like Kyler Alice +1, you know, it was like Tiger +1. And then I feel like, honestly, it kind of changed around the same time for both regions that we started seeing some other players kind of break out. And now, you know, at this point, that's just not even the case anymore. You know, if I see Tiger in a grand finals now, I won't be surprised per se, but it's not, there was a time where it was just like expected and normal, and now it's more of a like, hey, you still got it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And you're right. It's around the same time for both regions where it was like we've had this one player dominating the region for so long. Even South America was kind of like that for a bit. They've developed massively, obviously, since then, considering that they're getting their 2 seeds at the Royale out into the top 4 out of a round robin, right? So they're fantastic. But before that happened, it was just like Fiend and then the rest of the region for a few years before it really started to develop.
There was a gap for sure.
Yeah,
there was
so
a gap
totally
for
agree.
sure. They had to catch up.
I'm curious to see what they're going to be playing here. I see Tiger hovering over on the Raphael, so an epic crossover for Ragnar. Ragnar is a character that we just haven't seen too much lately. Axe has been getting like stealth buffs over the past few patches.
You know, it's interesting.
Where I'm like, okay, I feel like the weapon should be like back now, but ever since that sidelight Sair, which was like true at certain
that
spacings,
never needed to happen.
yeah, ever since they like got like removed, people have been like, I don't know if I want to play a weapon that doesn't have a knockout combo, right? And that's where I feel like is keeping people away from the weapon. But I'm ready to start seeing this both in 2s and 1s again.
No, I'm in the same boat as you. I think, you know, as far as like heavy weapons go, right? I mean, that's one of the reasons that Hammer was as relevant as it was for such a long time, just having that Stomp Sair as an option.
Yeah.
But Rocket Lance, I mean, before, there was a moment in time where it had Sidelight Recovery as a true option, but I'd say much longer it did not have that, you know, and you have to get either like a raw Sair or a signature or something, and I think that's perfectly fine, especially with the way that like Axe has some of the best neutral buttons in the game that like, if you're not able to land Sair, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Downlight is so good. Neutral light is so good. You can play around those tools for long enough that like, all right, if you find this air cool, get one early. If you don't,
and
it's chill.
Speaking of those neutral attacks, Nair has gotten a lot better too.
Yes.
Right? It keeps getting a little bit of extra stun added onto it, which in singles maybe leads to a gravity cancel downlight, but in doubles it leads to so much more when you're setting up with your teammates, either trying to hit somebody out of a strong hit to set them up for a follow-up, or just going for your own follow-up with an air. It's a really powerful weapon in general, and it feels like Yumpyo actually agrees with this analysis, as they're also locking in Raphael. So 2 Ragnars head-to-head here.
Bizarre.
With Keith and Plum over here. Yeah, Keith and Plum on Asuria for Keith and Snake Eyes for LePlum. Okay, I already am like, even though the fan vote is like 60-40 in favor of Tiger and Keith, I'm having so much more fun with the idea of this Ragnar Thatch team on the other side. This is really neat because Snake Eyes as a character, Thatch as a character, is picked by like one guy in North America who I follow on Twitter, so I see that he's saying pick Thatch every day.
Every day. Every time I see it, I like it.
I'm not even sure if he picks it in doubles because I don't watch Llama play a lot in doubles.
He does.
But, okay, I'm sure he
does.
Wait, does Llama do the 2 defense Thatch, or is that somebody else?
Not in double. He has in singles in the past, but
can't wait to see who does 2 defense Thea.
It's not like the 2 defense Daryl that you'll see from, you know, like man.
Well,
but no.
I wonder if he'll keep it locked in. Looks like it's rotating around here. Okay, the Barasa makes way more sense.
Yeah, definitely much more meta. I feel like Ragnar is an interesting character because I played some Ragnar recently because I used to love Ragnar. One of my most plays. I don't not love Ragnar anymore, but my personal opinion is that it feels like he feels too honest. He actually feels too honest. It's like you sit there and he has really good tools. He has all the tools, but some other legends just have like the capability. Ragnar doesn't have something that he's gonna do to you that like you ever feel like you got robbed, really.
I mean, he's got guitars.
He's got guitars, but then like in the same vein, it used to be, oh my God, the Spitfire is so sick. The Spitfire is so sick. And then Lin Fei dropped. And then I was like, the Spitfire's cool, I guess. You know, it's like, You know, definitely still a very solid, good legend, but always happy to see it. I think his neutral sting on Axe is still one of the best in the game.
One of the best landing tools, so you can shark with it very well. Yeah, no, it's fantastic. Yeah, I guess when I think about it, I'm like, yeah, Ragnar's signatures do exactly what you expect them to do, and the counterplay is very straightforward as well. And that is, I think, very true for him. He's a very solid character who's easy to pick up and also easy to, well, I'd say easy to play against.
Right,
relatively. I mean, we're seeing Tiger go down there pretty quickly to Yumpyo's Ragnar. And LePlum on the Barasa, which is, if you're going to pick a Blasters Legend in doubles, I feel like one of the staple picks to really go for. I say that with a grain of salt because there's not too many Blasters players in general in singles or doubles, so we don't get to see them very often despite that. But, wow, Yumpyo really going out there.
Oh,
and he got the dare to weapon throw. Can't get the ground pound, and Tiger actually saves his teammate on the way back. But really strong start here for the blue team.
Okay, yeah, no, that was very, very strong. I mean, Yumpyo, honestly, show me what's up with this Ragnar. I mean, a lot of it is mainly just what Katars do.
Yeah.
But
when you were talking about, like, well, Ragnar's really too honest. Like, well, he's got Katars.
Yeah, that's always, if the weapon's relevant, Ragnar is. You know, it's one of those for sure. Oh, man, nice little chop there.
Yeah, especially if you're one of the rare few who actually prefers to play Katars in doubles, which I feel like a lot of Katar mains actually don't. But yeah, Ragnar's a great option because Axe has never really fallen off the radar when it comes to just being that nice, like, I need a strong hit move in 2v2s to hit off my teammate's attacks weapon. It's perfect for that.
No, I mean, wow.
Oh, there's that Spitfire you're talking about, though. Yumpyo showing it off. Was listening. He was like, Hook, this move is good.
It's pretty good. It's pretty fast, you know? I'm never going to argue it's not pretty fast.
And it doesn't, like, even though it travels further off stage or when you gravity cancel it, it's still pretty darn good if you hit it on the stage, too.
Right,
it's not like it spikes you. It just sends you out and knocks you out in a good way.
Oh, good chops.
Oh, the gravity cancel neutral sing and the falling Sair.
Needs a save here, I think.
Oh, he's not going to get it. Gets spiked down to that last stock demise there from that ground pound. The Plum, fantastic on the Barasa so far.
I'm like, I thought last I checked, they were doing pretty good, I thought.
They just took some quick stocks. I mean, it was like after the down sig. Oh, and he gets the alley-oop with the side air, and he slide charge side sig so hard that he just goes, you know what, I'll just fast fall off the bottom of the stage. A really dominant victory coming out there for the blue team. Plum with the Barasa getting a ton of knockouts there, too, in a really low damaging game because you're kind of like, well, what happened? It's like, well, they lost their stocks in orange. They just completely destroy them. We're going to see that was such a great idea, too, off of the gravity cancel neutral sig. It's like a Barasa staple to do these slide charge pivot neutral sigs on the way back to the stage. And then he uses that chase dodge diagonally over because Barasa turns around if he connects with the move. So, like, normally you can't chase dodge backwards, but if your move turns you around, you're facing the new direction, which is forward. So he doesn't have to use any of his jumps there, and it puts him in the perfect position for that Sair to punish that wake-up jump. So really impressive play from them there, and a really solid 4-stock.
Yeah, very good, just like character, what's the word I'm looking for? It's like just character awareness, I guess. Like there's just certain things that your character can do because it has certain affordances, and like that's like a very like Marth scenario right there where you have moves that turn you around and then you play off of the fact that it turns you around.
Yeah, it's an excellent usage of that. And then recovery comes through with an nair. He goes in for the exhausted recovery after that recovery, and he actually maybe was playing in the sky a little too long. Because Yumpyo ends up going down to Keith's Asuri on center stage there while he was in the air, not assisting his teammate. So that falling down air tries to combo it into a recovery. Sair may have been a better play there, but he's trying to get that knockout there because I don't think Sair would have gone from that point of the stage. And that dare almost just has enough knockback to do it himself. Yumpyo going for the edge guard. Nice ground pound. Gets the chase dodge, goes right over to team combo. Keith in the D-Light recovery on the platform just barely doesn't knock out there. I know that Keith is going in on that 9 defense stance for Barasa, which is pretty interesting. I feel like people never do that. Kind of just dip out of the defense to get that extra movement speed, but I don't remember. I have to see what stat it takes out of it. Because if it takes out a force, maybe that's why that D-Light recovery didn't do it.
Yeah, maybe just like, I don't know, I feel like defense in 2s is more valuable than speed is in 1s, you know? Like, definitely the drift matters a whole lot, especially when you're using a weapon like Axe where, like, you're trying to fall in and out with these Sairs. But
And Barrasa's at that speed where it matters the most. He's at that 4 speed amount, so you get up to 5, and you really feel the difference there. But you do lose the defense for it. So you go down from that 8 to that 7, so he may just not prefer that. Nice side sig.
Wow.
Try to get the extra nair on that as well. No dodge, and sweating back to the stage. Nice job pivoting with that side sig, and he goes all the way out with the neutral signature. He has to help his teammate here. Yumko's so close to being the first out in this game. Really big change in pace from game number 1.
Ooh. And the neutral sig does come out there. And Yumko, I'm not even sure what happened there. They should have been able to make it back, I believe, but maybe a mismanagement of resources or a misinput. Either way, gets caught out in a huge team combo to get a lot of damage thrown on Plum. And this is not looking too hot for the blue team here.
Yeah, a great adaptation coming out from game number 1. Double recovery there on the fastball. Gets that knockout off the top. All 6 knockouts credited to Keith. Keith not happy about how that game number 1 went and said, okay, I'm going to make a difference out of here. There's a lot of moments where I feel like Plum was like doing some really crazy overextension on whoever he was attacking, and the moves weren't going to combo or hit to begin with, and then Yunpo was just losing to Keith on center stage. And that ended up snowballing to the point where Plum was just kind of like, oh no, where's my teammate? Well, he needed help, and you weren't there to help him. And I wonder if they'll be able to adapt to that going into game number 2. And Plum actually brings out the Snake Eyes that he was hovering in game number 1, which is about as opposite of Barras as you can get. Lots of movement speed, no defense.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little intrigued by this because I feel like, and we kind of saw this a little bit when we were watching Australia, that like Thatch, I think, is a better opening pick. You know, you kind of
than a panic pick.
You usually start with them and then you switch rather than switching to them later. But clearly feeling a little bit more confident or just wanting to try something new.
Oh, he gave Keith the chase dodge, but then stares him anyways. But he did not have to go down for that. But I do see what you're saying. This, I think, for Glass Cannon Legends is just a universal truth. Like, if you're planning on breaking out the Glass Cannon Legend, you tend to open with the Jala or the Thatch or the Ada or what have you, rather than bring them through as a back against the wall pick. And it's not quite back against the wall, right? This is best of 5.
And I think that's another reason why it's not so, like, because it would be one thing if, like, you were getting completely cleaned up and you're like, I need a drastic pick here to try and bring things back.
Let me make it so there's only 3x side airs instead of 5.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, I don't know about that. Oh, nice avoidance on that recovery to get that rising dare.
Oh, man. Oh, nice catch there with the neutral sig. But then Plum comes back with a recovery. This is going to be a close one. I mean, Yumpo losing the first stock there, but after everyone else did, so pretty good timing.
Plum's great with the blasters. Gets the downer at the perfect spacing there. Yumko gets the knockout onto Keith. Falling side air will get the knockout onto Tiger. It's now 4 stocks to 2. A lot similar to game number 1. And the Thatch is working out great. Downer into neutral light. Sure, he gets punished by a side air, but at this point, right, all the extra credit that you can get is perfect. Side air, side light means that Tiger's now deep into the yellow. This is amazing for the blue team, and Yumko has made a great adaptation from game number 2 into this one. And honestly, I think a lot of it is just from Plum being there for him a lot more than in the previous game. He just has the speed to do it, but he's also just changed the way that he's played too.
I think these blasters are doing a great job as well. The added force definitely being clutch. And it's just a much harder weapon to punish, you know? Like, you're doing these jump down airs, you're not going to get a beefy punish on a down air. There's just no way to do it, really. And so it's like, comes down with these falling stairs, maybe side lights. Oh, catches his partner. That might be it.
Yeah,
okay, no,
Plum,
he comes back.
There's a risk here where Plum could actually just go down if Yumpo messes up his edge guard here. Recovery hits him. Okay, if they could focus on Thatch here, it's a 1v2. It's a tough 1v2, but it's one that they'll fight. All right, Tiger goes down. Now it's looking a lot better for the blue team. 1v1. Keith, super damaged. Yumpo on a fresh stock, but it is Qatar.
Jump recovery.
All right,
yep.
Nice. Neutral light and recovery. And you already knew what was happening after that neutral light comes through there. It's just such a great follow-up to that attack.
Yeah, because I think he caught him on the spot dodge. So it was like, oh, I get this for free. You don't even have to think about it.
I didn't even catch that. We'll see it in the replays just a little bit. Love that spike right there.
Yeah, that was tough. Oh, that Sarah was so good as well.
Yeah, Plum was just so on top of being able to help out his teammate this game. Almost to a fault where, like, he almost went down for it, but...
So you're right here, picks it up.
Yeah, you're
dodges to the left. Yeah, there you go. And they're just like, all right, well, I'm not going to think here. I'm just going to do the guaranteed thing.
Well, the thinking was done the second he used his eyeballs to see the dodge.
Yeah,
right? And that separates the good players from the great players is He went for that jump recovery there because that dodge was gone, and Tiger switches over to the Koji for game number 3. And I mean, I was talking about Ada as this is another 3 defense Blasters legend. All right, let's see.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I think Ada is objectively good.
I mean,
I think
and
she's strong.
every single pro player has said this as well, and I still never see Ada picked.
Yeah,
but
they're just
I do agree with that. Like on paper, Ada's got some really great stats and some really great weapons and some really great signatures.
Yeah, I think the one that, people usually don't love as much is maybe that Blaster's down sig. But I'd argue that it's also really good.
Would have been better there than that side sig in that situation.
Yeah, right? Wouldn't have gotten the KO, but, especially in a game for 2v2s, like, there's so much time on that down sig that if you want to combo off of it, I'm sure the world is yours.
Yeah, that I absolutely agree with you, and that's typically how a lot of signatures that have a long animation time tend to play out in doubles, where it's just kind of like, oh yeah, suddenly this move has a purpose.
Right, yeah.
That neutral sig spikes in the same way that Yimko spikes, but that one actually knocks out. Nice job with the dare coming through, and they turn into a team combo despite a little bit of friendly fire there, and blue team ends up bringing the lead back, albeit barely. Plum went down pretty early on and could go down early again. That was spooky.
Yeah, that Sarah from Tiger just not quite able to connect. Tiger, honestly, I'm going to take a look at how Tiger's doing because I feel like I haven't given him enough time in this set to really see what's cooking. But I'm looking over, and he's just getting hit over and over.
I have admittingly been focusing a lot on Plum's Blasters just because he plays in such a way where it's like, all right, you don't care who you're fighting. You're going to go for as many dares as they let you hit. He went for 4 in a row there, and 2 of them did connect. Keith goes down, and Tiger on the Koji gets that side sig, just lets it rip off right away, and the clash with the spear recovery was really risky. Clashes with, almost gets caught by the gravity cancel neutral signature there as well.
Oh, that's going to be a good catch. Should be a KO. A ground pound. Was that chase dodge right? Ground pound. Oh, no, Tiger, be careful.
Yeah, Plum does have the dodge, makes it back. That Nair ends up catching both of them. Let's see who goes down first, Tiger or Plum. This is a pretty close game 4. Oh, and Yumko goes down like yellow flambeau. That's crazy. And then Plum goes down as well, just like that. That's what I get for saying it was a close game 4. Suddenly we have ourselves in a 2v1 with the lowest defense legend in the game.
I feel like
It's on the defense stance, but
Plum can do it if they get a weapon. Oh, they burned a lot of jumps trying to get over that. Yeah,
that game just ended immediately. The second that I said it was close, they were like,
I mean, look at the damage across the board. No one hit 400. You know?
Yeah, that was incredible. Like, look at this. The game state here, blue team's in the lead. We're going to see what Yunpo had 0 damage on him. 0 damage when he went down. That's why when I looked at it, I was like, what? How did that happen? I just got finished saying it was close. He just dipped down underneath the stage, and that's the power of Katars, right? You could get that one rising nair that catches that dodge up or that jump up, get the stuff recovery as well because you buffer a few inputs, and just like that, you're not playing the game anymore.
Yeah, and it's like at that point, you know, if you're Yumpo, you got to be like, I shouldn't have been over there.
That's all you could think.
You shouldn't have been over there. You had a full stock. You're probably, and that's the thing. That's what entices you into thinking it's a good idea. I got a full stock. I don't really like, if I get hit here, you know, I can get back pretty easily. I'm not going to have that much hit stun. But it's also like, if you got a full stock and you're in the lead, just stay on stage.
Right. And they didn't even need to play in a way to go for those high-risk, low-reward scenarios.
Right.
Because that's really what it was. So I'm certain he's thinking about that. As they're going into this game number 5 here, because the loser of this is out of the championship. Winner of this goes into top 3 into that elimination final. So let's see who does it. That neutral air ends up hitting both Keith and Plum. First stock of the gun to either team so far. Red team looks like they're poised to take the lead here, but really it's just whoever gets the next strong hit.
Oh, you can see Plum trying to throw out these side signatures on Spear. That was a great weapon toss, though, to go ahead and snatch that one, but this is going to be interesting. I mean, Tiger and Keith the Poo-Poo seem to be doing the best that they can to go ahead and bring this all the way back, and they're looking like they're able to do it. They look a lot more poised. I mean, I will say, like,
Tiger has been really leveling up in this
Yeah.
game 5. Almost all the damage that's been done to the blue team here has been off of this first stock of his. He finally, I thought, goes down to the X neutral light, but he makes it back. What he's got to be careful about, though, is that if he's getting knocked back by these light attacks and spending 5 to 8 seconds getting back to the stage, he's got to watch out for the health of his teammate Keith, because Keith took a ton of damage while he was recovering from that X neutral light. Here so far, it looks like it's totally worth it, though. And he's putting out strong hits because, like, I mean, why not? If it works, it works. If he goes down, he gets a fresh stock.
Yeah, no, the blue team definitely struggling in this game 5, trying to bring it back. But honestly, Tiger is looking like very hard to beat right now. And Keith is just following up off of every blow. I mean, look at Tiger, gets that recovery from up top. And then now you see Yumpo trying to go low here. And nice little punish. Oh, they almost got a conversion there.
That was so sick. Yeah, and you saw that Plum was ready for that with that side air facing the other way. Just mistimed it. Oh, no.
Oh, we good. Oh,
this is
maybe
so
not.
smooth. Okay, Keith gets up the ground, but they look at both of them like, okay, what are you guys doing? Oh, he gets the recovery. I thought he was going to go for the double, honestly.
This is not good.
That was a double.
This is not good.
Gravity catches music again.
Okay, nice chase dodge.
Okay, ground pound whiffs. Plum makes it back, gets the ground pound himself. Now Tiger, the only one with 2 stocks on the screen. Plum is severely damaged, Lambo. This is exactly why you're saying, like, when you go for these 3 defense legends, you usually bring them at the start. But I mean, that's just a risk that you take when you're going for all those other stats.
Yeah, now you're at tournament stock. And you got this 3 defense legend. Every time you get hit, it cuts that much deeper. The recovery almost enough to get a reversal here on Tiger. Oh, man, they are struggling, and you don't touch the stage. That's not what you want if you are Le Plum, and that should be more or less it for this set. We'll see if Yumpo can bring this back, and Tiger says nah.
Yeah, ground pound comes through, and Tiger was really at the start of the show there, and you kind of foreshadowed that in the game before that. We were like, I haven't really been looking at Tiger. I haven't seen what he's cooking. And, well, he went into games 4 and 5 on the Koji, just played better and better until it was in that game 5 where he was up 2 stocks the entire time, doing the bulk of the damage. Even when he had a lot of damage himself, these ground pounds working off stage really well for both Keith and Tiger. And they just end up having a really dominant victory. And they move on into the elimination finals to fight against Jerry K and Thoughtouts to have a chance at that grand finals match.
Yeah, definitely one of those scenarios of, you got to preheat the oven before you put food in it. And, I mean, Tiger was successfully preheated around game 3, probably started game 4, just had it all going. I mean, especially in that game 5. That game 5, I was looking at Tiger like, man, literally every single person that you're throwing a hitbox at right now is getting hit. It's not even like, oh, you're perfectly like counter poking or anything like that.
Yeah, you're getting like 1 Sarah every 30 seconds or something. He was just fighting as if it was a fresh stock. And he's taking that momentum into the next game, staying with the Koji as well.
Yeah, that's why he's that dude, man. That's why Koji is that dude, with that dex, with that bow, with that sword. If you are able to hit your opponent and you're able to mash that button, you're able to rack up a lot of damage really quickly before people have a chance to respond.
Well, we'll be seeing more of that Koji from Tiger in just a little bit. We're going to go to a short break, and when we come back, we'll be back with the elimination final here at the Southeast Asia Spring Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Oh, sorry. President Brawlhalla. Hey everyone, Alex Jabali here, Fighting Game Tournament Director from CEO, and more importantly today, DreamHack. It's honestly incredible to see how much Brawlhalla has grown since the first BCX event back in 2016 that I was fortunately a part of. Some of my favorite moments as a tournament organizer were working with Foda, Toast, the Brawlhalla team, and the community to bring Brawlhalla to some of our past events. Today, I'm here to share some exciting news with all of you and the return of Brawlhalla LAN events to DreamHack. This year, Brawlhalla is returning across 3 of our events for their Esports Year 8, starting with San Diego in April, Dallas, Texas in June, and Valencia, Spain in July. The even bigger news is that the Brawlhalla team is putting up $70,000 for each event to be divided between singles and doubles, totaling over $200,000 in prize pools at our DreamHack events together. To kick things off, we actually have San Diego registration live right now on start.gg/DHSAN23, with more information coming soon for Dallas and Valencia. That's it from me. Really excited about this announcement today. Keep playing and enjoying Brawlhalla, and we're going to see you soon at our DreamHack events. Oh, and I'd like to thank the Brawlhalla team for supporting me through the Cameo. If you'd like to find me on Cameo for more videos, I'm just kidding. I don't have a Cameo.
Spring Championship, Southeast Asia, getting into the elimination final. I'm with Flambeau, and I'm Taza, of course. And we'll be getting into this matchup where Keith and Tiger will be going against Jerry K and Thought, where I'm kind of excited about. This is the first that we're going to be seeing Boots on stream for Southeast Asia, assuming that Keith stays locked in with this Tesca pick, which I was curious if people would be willing to play in doubles now after the series of balances that Boots and Tesca have been getting.
Yeah, no, Boots, definitely interesting weapon for certain. I'm very curious to see how it looks as well, just because I haven't gotten to see Boots in twos, really.
Yeah, it hasn't really been explored. I
right.
Feel like. And it's got that like volatility that Lance has because you are kind of flying through the air when you're using the move. So if your teammate doesn't space super well with it, they could just be hitting you while you're catching people with your flurry of blows. It's like it's a whole thing.
It's good though, because I think like looking at it on paper, and I mean even of course seeing like Swerfty create like ridiculous combos and stuff like that, it like clearly has some of the same setup tools that a lot of other good twos weapons have, right? You want to go for like D-Light Sayer to pass it to your teammate, you can do that. If you want to like convert into like a recovery off the top, you can do that. And also if like your teammate kind of sends you astray and you can't combo it back to your teammate, you have full ability to just kind of run solo and try to go for like a wild play. It's like it has the ability to string similar to Qatar's, but also has the true convergence to pass back as well. So it actually has a nice spread.
Sword and spear.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. It's a good mix. I think it should be a good twos weapon on paper.
Well, let's see what happens here, because coupled with the boots is the gauntlets for Tesca, which I don't think even after the changes that have happened to Gauntlet Nair and the various nerfs that the weapons have gotten, I don't think that they're really that bad in twos. I think they're still pretty good. Stable weapon. It just matters, like, it's less of the, because I feel like before BCX 2022, it was like if you aren't picking gauntlets and doubles, you're trolling. And now it's like, well, are you good at gauntlets? That's like what I feel like has gone, like the mood has changed going into 2023. And if you are good at them, then you should keep picking them.
Because it's one of those weapons where it's like, as long as gauntlets can take you off stage and delete your stock, like, it's always going to be solid. Oh my gosh, and then drop kick left, to the right, to the left, to the right. Oh,
to the right again. All right, here we go. I'm ready for that fifth. Oh, the recovery. See,
it's
that's
coming.
That's a huge change from like launch to now with the boots, is that recovery was probably as egregious as sword recovery, and now you need a ton of damage with boots recovery to knock out. I almost feel like it's like equal to unarmed recovery with how much it doesn't knock out. The only thing that it has over that is that you travel really high with it, but the last hit's just not that strong.
Yes. Thankfully.
And there goes the knockout. Yeah, like when it comes to the D-Light, you're not like playing sword where you have two options. You're really just side-airing them off of that downlight unless you catch them super high in the sky.
Yeah, sometimes, you go for like that falling neutral air, scoop them up, go for something like that, but
oh, he got him off the bounce as well. I was like, that down stick was way too early, Jerry. Just kidding. Side air came in the last second and hit him in the final swing of that attack and the blue team ends up evening things up pretty quickly here against Keith and Tiger, where Keith had a really strong start, basically just flying across the stage with that green energy, side stigging left and right into the down sig for those knockouts. Nice punish here. Tiger picks up the bow, and he just goes over that down sig, body slams everybody on the screen.
Yeah, that down sig is so good. That frog splash, just absolutely one of the best sigs in the game, I think, especially
Really?
off stage.
I actually feel like that's a hot take.
I don't think so. I think it's I think the more egregious one is probably the boots down sig, where he like scoops and sends you back. That one seems to be the, it's like more to Scythe down sig.
I feel like on like a tier list of Teska signatures, the down sig on gauntlets is like bottom 2.
No way.
Really?
No way.
Really?
No shot.
Wow. Maybe for doubles. I don't know. I don't see it being utilized very often.
That's
is
fair.
What I'm thinking.
That's
so
fair.
I'm biased based off of my
Oh.
casting validation, but we'll have to see a little bit more of it because I do think it is good, but it's just very niche. Nice double knockout coming out from Thought there with Stavoni, evening things up pretty quickly, and now it's just a matter of who goes down first. I think if Tiger's able to hold on, actually I really don't know because we haven't seen. I guess the only person that's proven themselves in the 1v2 was Thought, right? So that's the only player where I'm kind of like, all right, well, if you're stuck in the 1v2, maybe there's a chance. Keith and Tiger haven't really put themselves in that position. Nutrisic comes through, and it's really close. Nice team combo. Thought loves landing those team combos with the neutral signature there. Jerry K goes the opposite direction, and Keith really starts flying with the boots there.
Yeah, we've seen, I was like, it's been a little while since we've seen some Teska sigs, but there they come. These drop kicks are in full effect here. And this is going to be a close one. Everyone's kind of in the KO ranges except for Jerry K. He has a little bit more wiggle room. And that Sayer should be enough. Tiger manages to find one into the combo of the drop kick. Almost has enough juice on it outright. And then another D-Light Sayer to close it out. So that's pretty clean coming out from Jerry K and Keith Le Poupou.
Yeah, Keith with the 679 damage as well. Really high damaging on the Teska. And just an explosive player in general there, where you kind of talked about it. The playstyle of Keith changed dramatically from stock 1 to stock 2 to stock 3, where it was like tons of signatures, almost an entire fly attack playstyle. Into game 3 was a little bit more refined. The signatures came after follow-ups, and there, excellent play. Tiger covers the ledge with the downlight, and Keith covering his back in case he messes up or in case the opponent gets something on him, catches him off guard. He was there to hold on to the stage and get the counter hit if need be. They win game number 1. Pretty close, though. It was if Jerry K or Thought didn't go down as early as he did, I feel like that could have gone either way.
Yeah, definitely not a free game by any means. And you can see going into game 2, if the blue team is able to adjust, I definitely think, oh, he got the recovery there. Okay, yeah, nice retaliatory nair to make it back to the stage coming out from Jerry K there. But I'm curious to see if we're going to see more SIGs coming out from Keith the Poopoo. I mean, we did see a fair amount of side SIGs coming out in the beginning of that last game, but we actually have gauntlets here in hand. I want to see if he swaps. No, he's going to keep them. He likes the gauntlets right now.
Ooh, Cider hits as well. Jerry K gets hit by that ground pound super quick coming out from Keith, and that Cider catches Thought out of a few jumps. I think, okay, that weapon throw almost catches Thought up, but I'm surprised Keith didn't try to challenge that.
Yeah, I thought we might have seen a D-like ground pound there unarmed.
But I guess Thought I had probably one more resource than I thought he did. And Keith noticed that, so he retreated.
Okay.
They're also in a position now where, like, Jerry K, pretty vulnerable. Can he make it around? He gets hit by one boot snare. The neutral stick doesn't quite catch. Thought out finding himself unarmed a ton, and that gravity cancel silo was fantastic coming out from Keith. Oh. Side 6 straight through Tiger, and he just keeps barreling through. He's trying to get as many hits on the Thought out as possible. Can they both make it back?
Oh, tries to use the gravity. He should have another dodge here. Oh, but it gets hit again. Yeah. I like it because sometimes, you know, you go for that early gravity cancel just so you know that even if you get hit, you'll have a dodge back in time, but not there.
All right, I'm ready to see another body slam. We'll see the down.
No, same. I'm thinking the same thing. I'm like, it would be pretty good to throw that down sig out right now.
I don't know. When Keith's got the gauntlets, I feel like he. Oh, well, that was a good alley oop there. And he tries to go over the side sig again. And the active input on that means if you choose to use it, you can throw them forward or backward. So as long as you're catching your opponent, it doesn't really matter how you catch them. There's not too many, like, in terms of traditional fighters, there's not really like a grappler archetype in Brawlhalla. I feel like Teska comes the closest to that.
Yeah, I would agree.
His signatures work. Especially with like boots down sig, gauntlet side sig. being able to choose that left or right off of the grab, like I actually feel like I'm like, okay, this character's got a grab.
And it makes a lot of difference when it comes to team combos in the 2 space as well, because you always have the option of, do I think this is going to KO? If the answer is no, I can just pass back to my teammate.
Right. That's a great point as well, and that's like a benefit of the grappler archetype, right? And oh, that gravity cancel does a ton. I don't really understand.
What?
I wonder if it was because he wasn't holding left. Okay, Jerry K goes down. It's 4 stocks to 1. I mean, it's unfortunate, but it wasn't like the game state was so close that was going to make or break the outcome
not by
of
a
this
long
game.
shot.
And there's the down stick doing what you kind of talked about, where it's like what makes that move powerful is that if you gravity cancel or even just like slide charge it a little bit, you go further down than where you would land on the stage with a splash, and you can cover the whole wall. And it sort of encouraged Thought to just not feel safe to drift close enough to even get the wall touch.
And that's the other thing, too, is like...
We're going to see this neutral stick here.
Oh, yeah, I am so curious.
Because I thought you ride up the side of the stage here. That's what we're thinking, right? Rides up the side of the stage.
Bro, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, dog. I don't know what to tell you.
We're really going to move on after that one.
I'm just going to say you didn't hold left. Even if you did, I'm going to say you didn't.
Let's go into the game, the next game here. All right, Jared K switches over to the Suri. I've seen him play this quite a bit. Usually as a singles pick, though. Curious how this will play out here. I feel like, yeah, I don't know. We'll find out how this plays out. Keith, really solid on the Tesco so far. Just most random down sig.
Right on his partner. That's the way we do it.
It was perfect.
See, look at that.
Oh, come on. No, it wasn't.
Because you ever play against like a gauntlet player that loves to like dash jump ground pound at you, and then you try to like backdash at it, and then the splash hitbox hits you? It's that, but with the power of a
you're
sig.
talking about like the landing of the okay.
It's like
just
that
a
in a
super
sig.
gauntlet ground pound that hits on both sides.
And on top of that, you get to steer it as you're falling. So if you're doing it when you're edge guarding, you don't know if you should dodge away or dodge in, because he might just steer it to the side that you go.
Yeah.
Especially if you slide charge it, it's like he could just do it again.
It's not exactly like the friendliest thing to want to dash jump to space around.
Yeah.
Right? Like you don't dash jump into a body slamming Tesco. You just kind of like either stare at it or try to outspace it. And you can get the spacing's hard, especially when the opponent's steering it, and that splash goes with it. Tiger goes down, first stock though. Thought on Jerry K. They're about as behind as they've been in games 1 and 2. This has been really solidly in the favor of Keith and Tiger throughout the entirety of this. And that alley-oop does come through, but it's not going to knock out Keith just yet. And Keith, pretty comfortable, being very aggressive with the Tesca pick here. Just not going down to that recovery. And Jerry K is taking a lot of damage here. Tiger on the prowl. Let's see what they can do. Side stick does take him down. Or him missing the side stick makes him go down, but... Who's going next, Flambeau? Is it going to be Jerry or Thought? Or maybe a surprise. They can do something with the red.
Yeah, it's true.
This is
Tesca Sig's better take the next one after this. Hold on.
You think so? Slide.
Maybe not.
He was stuck on that platform for a little bit. He was like, I'm just trying to fall through here. Then ends up downlighting.
That should be enough. No, not quite. Needs one more. He's fishing.
Jerry's taking a ton of damage in this moment, too. Thought's got to do something with this stock. It's one of those risky scenarios where, like, if you focus too much on extending your super damage stock while you're behind and your teammate's on a fresh one, you can just straight up lose the game off your teammate taking so much damage from having to be the aggressor. And that's sort of what was happening there. Thought does go down, so Jerry K's got a little bit of that pressure relieved, but it is 4 stocks to 2 Flambeau, and it is not looking like the red team is letting up at all.
Yeah, this one's looking like it's going to be a 3-0 and a handshake, especially if things keep continuing to go the way they're going right now. That side sig brings a little bit signs of life, but... Tesca.
He threw him right into Tiger, and the Tiger goes in for the unarmed recovery, which is not going to knock out, but it was pretty flashy.
Like, jeez, man. The viciousness of that signature. Like, he really bends the whole... like,
yeah, there's a lot of oomph behind that.
Extremely well animated. Like, you can feel the rubber bandness, right? Like, because it seems like the thought behind it was like, how do we make this feel like a Rey Mysterio 619 without making ropes spawn? And I'm
that's a good way of putting it, actually. Without literally...
Because it has the elasticity.
Without literally doing the WWE game mode. Where
right,
you have the rope on the sides. Like, how do we make it feel the exact same way? Jerry K goes down. Thought, okay, this is the most 1v2able 1v2 so far in this set. Let's see if Thought can do it. Side light.
No recovery.
I was hoping they would go there. The platform probably
no.
feel weird. And Keith drops the team
He threw away the
combo.
weapon.
Side airs his teammate. They're playing a little.
D-Light recovery?
D-Light recovery. Thought it was going to do it, Flambeau. That
Yeah.
downer comes through. Can Tiger clutch it here? And I say clutch it even though he's ahead because with thoughts of these 1v2s and he gets that knockout, I'm like, all right.
Get to stage.
Oh, but Tiger's so good at D-Light side air on the edge. He's just so patient.
I feel for Thought in that scenario. The amount of times I've been in this exact position. You're one hit away from being KO'd. There is a sword player waiting in the corner, and you're just like, I need to get back onto the stage. How do I do it? You're thinking, do I go low? Do I go from the side? And then they just dash up D-Light, and it always catches you like right as you make the choice that you're going to go up and around. And so you're going to see it here, comes down, I'm going to go up, got caught. You know, it's like, ugh. Because you don't want to go so far to the left that you have to expend another jump to come back to the right, but it's tough.
In those corner guard situations, too, what makes it extra tough is that the threat of wall slip's always there.
Yes.
So like on top
Shout
of
outs
your
to that
opponent
change.
on top of your opponent like being wary of that, they don't have to wait forever because they know that's coming through. So there's like this little bit of a cadence of like when you're fighting your opponent being like, okay, they have this many jumps before they have to touch the stage. So I can play around that. And once you get 3 or 4 in, you're like, okay, you're going to try to do something to reset that counter, and my downlight's going to be there ready to catch you.
Sword players just have like a sixth sense for it. Like they just know. It tilts me every single time, and it's what makes them so good at corner guarding. Like especially like players like Megdy, where it's like they'll stand there, and then they'll look at you, and they'll look like very menacingly, and then they're like,
and it's not like they're just like blank staring, right? It's like there's a very obvious, not obvious, but there's a very intentional calculation that's going on there during that moment where they're corner guarding, and the space that they pick, depending on what weapon you have in your hand and what the weapon matchup is how far they're going to be from that ledge when they're doing it as well.
And they got like, they pick between 3 things most of the time. It's like, because a lot of times they don't want to jump, because jumping in Brawlhalla means that like, if you want to have a burst of speed in either direction, you have to spend your dodge, right? Because otherwise, like, it's going to take too long to drift. So usually they're like, can I get you with N light, side light, or D light? And a lot of the times, if they're able to get you with D light, they're going to go for it because it's the most bang for your buck. But
I think side light is the probably easiest to execute.
Yeah, side light's the like,
they're not, none of them
crap,
easy.
I can't quite KO you, but I can reset the scenario and then we can do it again. And so, like, it's never bad to go for, but it just never on its own is going to lead to the KO. You have to do something else after it. Whereas if you catch someone with N light, they might not have some jumps or something like that.
So we've got grand finals coming up here. And this is Keith and Tiger fighting their way through the elimination bracket to go up against Sire and Vortex. Sire has had a few different legend picks. Many of them having the hammer. We saw that Bodvar coming out after that game 4 win in the winners final, and now opening up the Nash here for game number 1 of this grand final, which is interesting to see. Keith, we go with that recovery. We talked about that in the last set, right? Recovery, not a knockout move on boots, thankfully. Still a lot of good damage there, but he's going to have to hit with something a little bit stronger. I don't know. Keith's just flying around there, and Tiger's just cleaning up.
Yeah, I don't know. Nash is a pick for sure. There was a time where he was like...
Nash is a pick for sure.
You know, definitely... I mean, we've been talking about how Spear has like become really meta, so I see it. But then it's like, it's clear that Sire must think, I want the hammer. I need the hammer. And I'm like, I don't know that you do, bro. But we'll see.
I mean, in doubles, I still even before the slight buffs that's been getting, I've never really felt like hammer was a terrible option when you're picking just a heavy weapon that hits, right? Because like hammer fell out of popularity when whiffing your downlight meant that you were stuck on the ground for like 5 hours, and that's why a lot of players don't play it in singles. But in doubles, you just can side air, and that's good enough, especially when you're alley-ooping.
It's interesting because it's like, I think one of the biggest affordances of hammer is what it can do off stage, right? Because if your plan is to kind of like throw out side airs, like you could play X, you know, you could just like, you know, play something that has a similar game plan, but like a little bit more freedom of variability. But with that said, I mean, Nash also does have these wild signatures, right? And there we go, stomps there, get one. Oh, drop the combo.
But there's what you're talking about. Even though it was on stage, it's the grapple part of the grapple hammer that is what makes it very special off stage with those reversals up and down with recovery or down air. Sire does go down to 1 stock though. It is 4 stocks to 3 as that signature knocks out Vortex, and Keith is pretty healthy here on the 2nd stock.
Oh.
We're seeing, all right, I'm seeing the down to come out a lot more. It gets punished a few times, but for the most part, it's been getting Keith a lot of mileage.
I was a little surprised that with that down sig, he didn't kind of drift off of the platform.
To the left of the plat, yeah.
It'll make you not get punished for sure there, but still not a bad option. And this is actually looking really good for Tiger and Keith here. Tiger just kind of needs to hang on though. Oh, Vortex.
I don't think he can hold on for much longer. Keith's kind of been flying around unarmed, and Keith finally realizes, oh wait, Tiger, where all this damage come from? And Tiger's a recovery away from that's the stock. Recovery comes in from Sire, and there's Sire really honestly demonstrating why he's picking the hammer, honestly. You were talking about that you picked the hammer over the axe because of the offstage capabilities there, and that has nothing to do with the stomp. Sire just gets that recovery, and he spikes Keith off the left side of the stage.
Oh gosh, got the recovery. And that's the thing, hammer is the only weapon in the game that's like that, I think is viable in 2s, right? Like,
well, I mean, Gauntlets has Nair.
Gauntlets has Nair, but it's different.
What do you
like
mean?
Specifically like a disjoint that you can throw out that you can use to like get cheesy stocks like that. Scythe would be another one of those weapons, but doesn't have any true conversions. That's
Right. And Scythe is traditionally more of a singles weapon.
Right.
Like we talk a lot about like these few weapons where like this is rare to see in doubles, and there's Scythe and Lance and Cannon, I guess. Although Cannon became way more popular because of Snowy.
Yeah.
Like Onyx is just like when Gauntlets was around and Cannon was really going crazy, that was the case. But yeah, that was really well played by Sire. And I mean, Vortex as well been a huge staple with the Atori the whole way through. But Sire with the Nash looking great. And yeah, you're saying interesting because behind us we've got Roland on Keith with Tiger, and Roland is like, I would say, a staple 2s pick back in 2016. But
honestly,
but it's been a minute.
Roland is good. That's my opinion.
All right.
I think Roland's been good.
So what stops anybody from wanting to pick this character?
He's slow. That's kind of it.
I
think it's slow.
His signatures are slow too.
The signatures, I think, are honestly like pretty good for 2s, especially Lance down signature. Like, it gets you some really early KOs. I think the neutral signature, everyone seems to hate on it, but I also think it's really good, especially in 2s. It covers a spot for so long that like it kind of forces people to go another way. If you're not hitting them with it, it should be a lot easier for your teammate to capitalize. But neutral sig on sword, still one of the best in the game. You know, like it's hard to argue with that move.
And down sig's the original Zol down sig,
yes,
right? On sword. Heath gets that side air. Vortex tries to get the punish there. Let's see if the knockout goes in favor of blue team. And Roland also has what at least in the inception of Brawlhalla, only Roland and Queen Nai really had, which was that 8 defense, right? And that's something that you get sword, which is a staple. We were talking about one of those staple weapons in any 2s meta. And you get the Lance, which kind of hasn't gone away since like 2018. I feel like it's always been pretty nice to have in 2s. And then you got a really tanky stat line. So it just becomes a matter of whether you become a specialist with the character or not. So I could see why you're saying like, yeah, I think Roland's just good. On paper, looks pretty fantastic. In the same way that Ada does, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree.
And just never gets played.
Is there something about him? I don't know why he's just like not as popular.
Just be the beard.
Yeah, screw beards, yeah.
I don't know. It's like, this is default role that Keith is playing, right?
I think so, yeah. Big challenge.
Just brings it out after the Tesca doesn't get him a win. Vortex and Sire are down a stock, barely. Tiger could go down to a lot right now, but if Sire can't pick up a weapon, he's probably living for a lot longer.
Oh, okay, big damage here. Sidelights there. We're going to get a little bit racked up here, and that down sig is exactly why I love Roland.
Yeah.
You see how fast that is?
Yeah, and he puts a little reel back, and then it's like the range of the lance in his hand multiplied by 2.
Yeah, it's wild.
It's quite a good move.
And it hits like the lip of the edge as well. So like if people are trying to do a sneaky, like in the same spot where you'd use a sword D-like to try to catch someone, you can just use down sig, and they are most likely going to lose their stop.
So Keith goes down around the same time that Tiger does. Vortex and Sire are pretty harshly damaged. And it's going to be up to both of them getting these team combos here. And Tiger's just batting them away with side airs, and it's working out so well. Sire's got his weapon of choice, however. Dash jumps in with a side air. Tiger's hit maybe 3 side airs now. I think Red Team's really poised to win this game, too, at this rate.
Yeah, I agree. Especially if you're Keith, I'm just starting to throw out N-Sigs now. You know, like, you're at the point where, like, you may as well throw out a few swings. D-Light recovery is also a good option. We'll see
Down to
Sire.
the ledge here, maybe.
Oh.
No, goes for the downlight instead. Yeah, so on those 3 options that you said Sword has, Roland gets a 4th. With
exactly.
With the downsig on Sword. And that is a solid game 2 coming out from Tiger and Keith. Now, Sire and Vortex, not Vortex, but Sire has shown that he's like, he's played like 4 or 5 different Legends right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's kind of like, all right, the Nash has lost its luster. It's time to switch over to Bodvar or something. No, okay, Vortex actually switches to Bryn. We see it in the bans right now. I mean, we do. The replays are going on the screen, but we could just see right here that a solid Sair from Tiger gets them the GG. And Sire goes back to Bodvar. Vortex brings out the Bryn.
Okay, and I'm okay with that. I think Bodvar, in comparison to Nash, like, I don't think the spear was really doing much for them. You know, it wasn't, like, bad, but, like, it wasn't really, like, popping off or anything. Clearly he wants the hammer, so he's like...
in Nash's signature kit wasn't, like, the reason why the character was succeeding, and I feel like the downsig on Bodvar is just so unique in the potential that it has to just eliminate a stock and orange if you catch it at the right time. But Keith popping off of the Lance right now against Vortex. I wonder if Vortex is off of the sword and onto the axe here because of Keith on Lance. I've always favored, at least in doubles, having Axe Neutralite to stop a lot of Lance's approaches. And I wonder if Keith is thinking the same thing, because Axe Downlight's also very good as an anti-air as well.
No, I have to agree. I mean, in terms of, like, even matchups for Rocket Lance, like, since the ancient scrolls of old, Axe has always been pretty miserable for Rocket Lance to deal with. And so, like, just throwing one on the team is probably going to make it a lot easier. I know for me, if I was having trouble dealing with Lance, I would swap to an Axe Legend.
Yeah.
Oh, beautiful
that
punish.
Was great. Yeah, really great spacing on that. Sire goes all the way down for that recovery, and even though he didn't hit Keith, he was still setting up to hit his teammate on the way back. And Tiger, in under a minute, is down to 1 stock.
Yeah, what the heck? Hold on, they're cooking now.
I mean, Tiger might be out before Keith loses a stock. This is looking brutal. And we can see that Sire is really putting the pressure on the Tiger there. Okay, there he is, going up to bat with that neutral signature.
It's
Keith,
so good.
Has the Lance, maybe down to come through here. No stomp, Sire and Vortex. Oh, the team combo was almost perfect. Sire ends up expecting him to go high, but Vortex carries him to the side of the stage. But Tiger is just a hit away from making this just a...
Jeez.
All right, it's just, at this point, it's a long, miserable 1v2, right? Like, I mean, we'll see. It's been a while since I've seen somebody this healthy.
This has
2 stocks
happened before. It has happened. It's rare, but it has happened before. Usually an SD is required by the enemy team, though. But
Right. Vortex doesn't seem like he's messing around with that, though.
Burn the recovery there, so you're gone. You're gone.
Stop into recovery. Weapon throw, and he goes back down to pick the weapon up before going back to stage. Sire destroyed Keith there. That was... And Vortex just looked at him and was like, okay, I trust you.
Oh,
he didn't DI off
no
the second
DI,
neutral.
yeah.
No
dodge.
Like DI is activated when you get hit by the same move twice, but you have to use it. And that's in Brawlhalla with directional influence. It's one of those things where it only comes through if you get hit by the same move multiple times while in the same hit stun chain. But if you press no button, they could theoretically
they could
infinite
wobble
you.
Yeah.
Right? Like if you just decide not to move. That was brutal.
Jeez.
Keith did it. I don't think he landed a hit. That was destruction. And they're going up 2-1 in this grand final. And if Sire and Vortex win this next one, that's it. They're the champions here in the Spring Championship for Southeast Asia.
Yeah, and honestly, with the way that I don't know what happened that game. You know,
Tiger got destroyed. He switched off the Koji, and it didn't look pretty. That's really what happened.
Oh, and he tried, and I like that though. You know, from Keith there, like
Stop.
A lot of times people just get hit by that. Like sometimes you just get that down air Sair for free, but it's always a mini game. Is he gonna jump? Is he not gonna jump? Is he gonna fast fall out of hit stun? I don't know. But in that scenario, Sire decided to jump, and so the Sair did not hit, and that's okay. But I would have gone for the exact same play because people just kind of stand still when they get hit by rocket lance.
We got
sometimes.
Tiger back on the Koji, and that's what I was hoping to see. Because you were like, "What happened that last game?" I was like, "I think that was the case, right?" He was on the Ragnar, and he lost 3 stocks in like a minute 30. It was pretty brutal. And the Koji, I think, has been a staple for him going into this. So if they want to bring this to a game number 5, this is the comp they're going to go for. Surprised that Keith is on the Asuri. Keith's played quite a few Legends, though. So at this point, I guess I shouldn't be surprised by anything that he picks. And almost all of them have been pretty good 2s picks, I feel like, besides the Tesca, which I think is still experimental in my mind.
Yeah, no, I think it def was, and even with the Tesca, they were able to at least get a dub. So definitely not too shabby for certain. That's enough time to whiff, turn around, and do it again and still get the team combo. Bryn, or excuse me, Barbara.
I think it's Barbara, actually.
Barbara.
Yeah. I like learned that after 2 years of saying Barbara instead.
Interesting,
That's how
but
it's
because
spelled.
she's a barbarian, so it's
Yeah, so it's Barbara.
Barbara.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I'm like looking
isn't
over at
Barbara spelled the
Lestic right
same
now,
way?
like across the room to see if he's listening and if he would confirm, but I don't think he's listening. Maybe he'll listen a little bit. Anyway, back to this. It's Grand Finals. We've got Bryn and Bodvar going up against Keith and Tiger, and Keith, with that neutral light, gets a little bit of extra damage here, but this is the closest that it's been between the 2 teams so far in this Game 4 scenario. Of course, Sire and Vortex not only up a game, but up a set.
Oof.
Right?
Oof.
So,
Yeah, Sire showing that he still got it with this hammer. And stomps into recovery, stomps into Sayer, stomps into Nair. You name it, Sire got it. As we're looking at what might potentially be the final round of the tournament here, as we're seeing the red team struggle a little bit, but they're hanging on by a thread here. They have a slight advantage. Can they force the game 5?
oh, do you like? Oh, he just dropped. I mean, that's all on Vortex, right? Sire was getting ready for the alley-oop. He puts
that's
the down
the day
tick there,
one.
but that was like down light into nothing. You don't want to see that in these high pressure scenarios. Tiger gets the ground pound. That could have led to a lot more. We've got ourselves a really close game 4 here. Eyes on Tiger and on Vortex at this point in time. Keith, I think, is doing a good job avoiding getting hit here. Tiger, however, it's the second time we've seen Vortex get that down light. At least that time it was interrupted by Keith, but Tiger and Sire are now the ones taking the most damage, and Keith with the corner guard. Can he get this?
Sire's in trouble.
He's down.
Okay.
Now it's Vortex in the 1v2, and that side stick off the platform is just a quick 2-stock for the red team there. A lot of the damage and just honestly all the knockouts coming out from Keith there. But Tiger on the Koji at least means that he's not getting immediately eliminated that we saw like in that previous game. And they bring it to a game 5.
Okay, they managed to do it. Have the potential to force the reset here in a very convincing game number 4. I mean, yeah, man, stay on the Koji, bro. Stay on the Koji.
I think Vortex is like, after the Bryn games, was like, all right, the Tori's been doing great. Sire, however, I think has found a really comfortable home on the Bodvar when it comes to just a hammer legend that he wants to play in doubles. And Miami Dome is going to be the field for game number 5. Winner of this, it's different for either team. If Vortex and Sire win, they are the champions here in the Spring Championship. Whereas if Tiger and Keith win, they bring it to a bracket reset, and we go into game 1 of the next best of 5, where winner takes all in that case. So here we go. Keith opening up with a ton of damage on his person. And Sire getting that side, or trying to get that side. Saying, oh no, he doesn't get the recovery or the Sair. Falls pretty low, but he does make it back.
Oh, man, this is going to be interesting. I mean, we're getting down to the thick of it, and we're seeing Keith on the Sasuri trying to rack up this damage. Goes for a down sig, expecting a low option. That gives some time for Sire and Vortex to set up for a 2v1 on Tiger. Tiger biding some time, and they actually find a huge swing on Keith the Poo-Poo.
Yeah, Cider from Vortex comes through, but it bounces him off the stage. He's waiting for a weapon spawn, but they're doing a great job denying it. Team combo to Keith. Oh, Vortex, if he doesn't drop that, those are those moments where it's perfect. You hit the opponent away when they're high damage. You get them caught in that 1v2 combo or the 2v1 combo. Get a ton of damage there, but the Cider misses, and Sire ends up hitting a heavy side signature attack. Keith tons of damage on him here, and Vortex can't interrupt the true combo of the D-Light Cider there. Goes for the edge guard here, and Keith could get a double knockout if he's not careful. Okay, Vortex comes back, and Sire picks up a hammer.
Yeah, you got to be careful here. I mean, at this point, everything is on the line, and you can feel the nerves coming out from the players a little bit. They're dropping some of the day ones, you know, like you practiced it. So hold on, we got a wild sequence off stage here. Big save from Sire to go ahead and send Tiger back off stage. Vortex getting the swing and turning
Sire
around to
goes
get Tiger.
all the way out there to the edge of the stage to get that hammer there, and that's like, honestly, that's knocking out a yellow.
Keith has one stock.
Yeah, Keith's one stock. Tiger takes Vortex's first stock. And Sire with the gravity cancel scoop, getting that recovery, or rather, to bring him towards the bottom of the stage. Great combos coming up from Sire. He does throw his hammer away. Weapon spawn comes through. D-Light Nair just barely does a knockout, and Vortex almost takes down Tiger's second stock here. And Sire, does he get the reversal here? Weapon throw, dive kick. Vortex goes for the recovery. Tiger barely survives.
Suddenly things are close again. They need one clean hit on Tiger to knock him out. It's not like Koji has the highest amount of defense here. And Sire's looking for something. Give me a D-Light recovery. He says no. Tiger says in response and gets a D-Light and Light, racking up all this extra damage, but finally does go down. And now the blue team with a slight lead here, but this can turn at the... Oh my jeez!
Yeah, that D-Light recovery, I can't believe it didn't knock out. Like, I thought it was going to turn right there as you were talking about it, but Keith manages to hold on. Sire gets through here. Okay, so Sire is the weak link for the blue team. Oh, no. Okay, that downer just barely doesn't hit, and Vortex is like, I'm hitting you with a recovery just to get you out of that situation because he's so worried that Sire is going to go down to an edge guard from Tiger. D-Light Cider comes through. Keith narrowly doesn't get the dunk onto Sire. Sire, at this point, just run for your life here. Vortex has got those two stocks. Let him be the aggressor. Keith does get him, and now it's a 1v2, although a really stacked 1v2 in Vortex's favor.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, Vortex is just like, I just got to hit you with one D-Light recovery, but Keith's not going to make it easy.
Keith's just got to hit him with Nair, neutral signature, right? Like, I mean, and Keith could do it. Keith's crazy on the guitars. Vortex comes in with the spear.
This is going to be tough. Weapon throw. You're going to jab, jab, jab. And what's the plan here? You got a lot of opportunity to make mistakes here if you're Vortex. Keith just slashing away at him, and that's what... Oh, you got caught.
D-Light recovery, though, is not going to do it. The Cider was almost the obvious choice there for the edge guard. Sidestick dodged out of the way. Oh, Flambeau, Keith could do this.
He could.
Vortex gave up his one win there in neutral. Falling Cider gets it. Vortex.
You better watch out before he spear ground pounds you and says, screw it, I'm done.
Oh, Keith weighing out, holding on the guitars. Down
big.
Dare. Goes to the Sare. Vortex doesn't even want to try to go for the reversal. He's just looking for one solid hit. Cider connects, and Keith goes down, and there it is. Vortex wins the 1v1, and Vortex and Sire are your Southeast Asia Spring Champions for 2v2s here in 2023. What a wonderful finish there coming out from Vortex. That was scary. I mean, Keith was bringing that back. It was like, I looked at that and I was like, okay, you dropped your one knockout combo and Keith's on guitars. Like, this was the moment where I thought the game was lost, and this Sare just barely doesn't hit. He had to delay the Sare, I think, and it would have worked.
It's like a delayed Sare, or maybe because what he does, he gets the dodge, right? So that means he does side light, D-Light into Dare. He gets all of that for free, right? And he still doesn't have the dodge because he doesn't touch the floor because he's comboed him off stage. And so I'm like, I think what you need is a chase dodge, right? I think you got a chase dodge
and
there.
then you like interrupt the chase dodge early to get the right spacing.
I think so. It's either that or maybe like a little bit of a fast fall might have helped there. But I think what honestly spelled the doom there is on the way back to the stage, you could tell that he didn't want to. I think the answer was aggression, right? I think it was like, how do I get back onto the stage? I think the answer is you have to try to hit him and hope you hit, you know? But what he decided to do was disengage entirely. And so he was like, all right, I'm a jump, recovery, and go over here and try to get away from you. But you have to remember, that's Hattori. Yeah. She has some of the highest speed in the game. You're not going to outspeed her by going over her. There was no world where you're going to get away from her that way.
Movement speed, drift, everything, yeah.
At some point, you got to at least like cut back the other way to try to mix it up.
And the advantage that Vortex had over Keith there was 2 stocks to 1, and Keith was already in red, right? So just a Sare would do it, but Keith doesn't make the comeback. Vortex and Sire win in Game 5, and they are the champions here for Southeast Asia Spring Championship doubles, and that does it for us tonight, Flambeau. But it doesn't do it for the weekend.
That's true.
What do we got coming up tomorrow?
Tomorrow, we got Europe
and South America.
EU and South America.
Yeah.
That means Fiend. That means Godly. That means Yeah, no, probably Broly or like I don't.
Yeah.
We got some hitters for sure. So.
Yeah, that'll be really
And Ninja
exciting.
17. Wait, no, he retired, right?
Yeah. Well, it's all right. We got a lot of other interesting things coming around there as well, right? So it'll be fun. I'm excited to see who's going to be playing in twos tomorrow. We'll be back with more Spring Championship action tomorrow. Just check out Brawlhalla.com's schedule if you need that. Yeah. Anything else, Flambeau?
No, I think that's pretty much it. Just thank you all for watching and tuning in. We will catch you in Valhalla tomorrow.
Center here, nice stop by Thought. Recovery comes through, double recovery. Vortex goes down, and now Sire, who was the most damaged at the start. See, I mean, it's a lot closer than I feel like the red team would want, but this is that situation.
Oh, no shot.
Wow. Final. Winner of this goes in the winner's side of Grand. A really nice spot to be if you're aiming to win the Spring Championship. And Jerry.
Oh, what a charge there. Let's go for the goal, shorty.
Oh, he doesn't make it back, and he gets the alley-oop stock on the Sire here. I feel like that's their one win condition. Thought goes crazy.
Oh, good chops.
Oh, the gravity gets on neutral, taking the ball there.
He's a save here, I think.
Oh, he's not gonna get
Yeah,
it.
mismanagement of resources or misinput. Either way, gets caught out in a huge team combo. Get a lot of damage.
Yeah, a great adaptation coming out from game number
Trying
one.
to throw up these side signatures on Spear. That was a great weapon toss, though, to go ahead and was kind of in the KO ranges, except for Jerry K. He has a little bit more wiggle room. And that Sayer should be enough. Tiger manages to find one. And tries
He
to
definitely
use
is.
the ground. He should have another dodge here. Oh, but it gets hit again. Yeah. I like it because sometimes, do I think this is going to KO? If the answer is no, I can just pass back to my teammate.
Right. That's a great point as well, and that's like a benefit of the ground archetype, right? Oh, that gravity gets the thoughts of these 1v2s, and he gets that knockout. I'm like, all right.
Get the stage.
Oh, but Tiger.
Yeah.
Right, like, if you just decide not to move. That was brutal. Keith weighing out, pulling out the guitars.
Oh, big.
There.
Oh!
There. Vortex doesn't even want to try to go for the reversal. He's just looking for one solid hit. Sider connects, and Keith goes down, and there it is. Vortex wins the 1v1. And Vortex and Sire are your Southeast Asia Spring Champions.